is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are Wisconsin.
Saturday in Milwaukee, we got the burgers going, we got the dogs going, we got great tailgating weather. We're ready for game 2 of this 3-game weekend series of Milwaukee Brewers against the Philadelphia Phillies. Brewers trying to even this matchup after the Phillies won last night's opener. Chris Carter putting together a nice homestand, at least through the first 3 games. Had a couple of hits last night, drove in another run, leads the team in home runs and RBIs. Maikel Franco came in slumping, but he broke it last night. 3 hits, including 2 home runs, to help Philadelphia to a 5-2 victory. Good evening from Miller Park alongside Bill Schroeder. I'm Matt LePay. Sophia Minard is our reporter tonight. Well, a couple of things are obvious. You want to get the pitching going. You want to get the bats going. But one thing, Rock, the Brewers had going for them last night that gave them a chance at least was defense. They were flashing the glove pretty effectively last night.
And it's been pretty consistent throughout the year. I mean, Craig Counsell put a high priority on defense and not giving teams extra outs. And we saw that in last night's ball game. The shifting has certainly helped eliminate some base hits. Jonathan Lucroy has been throwing the baseball well all year. He's caught 7 guys, the most in all of baseball. He and Maldonado combined for 10, and that is 42% outstanding work. You know, when you play infield for the Brewers, you have to be able to make things up and be very creative out there with all this shifting. VR has been outstanding. Scooter Gennett has really stepped up his defense, so it's going to be interesting to watch what goes on out here tonight. And tonight's pitching matchup, a pretty good one. Charlie Morton has been lights out his last couple of starts. They were very rough outing on opening day for him anyway, and Chase Anderson just the opposite. Chase, 2 very good starts, got hit up a little bit against the Twins. We'll see what happens here tonight.
Yeah, we'll see if Chase can get back to that chase of those first 2 starts when he gave up no earned runs. When we continue, Craig, Augie, and Augie. We'll talk more about Chase Anderson, tonight's starter, as we get you ready for Game 2. The Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
Milwaukee Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards and all your home improvement needs. By your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. Back at beautiful Miller Park. Late April, Brewers need a win against the Phillies. They've dropped their last two, including a 5-2 matchup against the Phillies last night in game one of this three-game series. And what the Brewers are not getting are quality starts. That's why they're struggling right now out of the gates. The Chicago Cubs have the most quality starts in the league right now at 15. The Brewers just 4. Jimmy Nelson has 3 of those. Chase Anderson, tonight's starting pitcher, has 1, and a quality start, of course, 6 innings, 3 runs or less for your team as a starting pitcher. And we break this down a little bit further. Don, first of all, what does quality start really mean? Why is it valuable right now?
Well, it's valuable that your starting pitcher can get deep in the game. You don't have to eat up your bullpen. It means you're keeping the other team down and you're giving your team a chance to win. To throw a quality start, you got to keep that pitch count down. And to do that, you keep the ball down, you locate it, and you start to pitch to contact. So you get those early count outs, and you get those quicker innings, and that gives you that opportunity to have yourself to be deeper in the game.
And it's just taking that, have an understanding what you need to get people out, be consistent, and have a game plan, go out and execute it.
All right, we'll see if the Brew Crew can get it done here tonight. Chase Anderson against Charlie Morton on the hill. We've got that first pitch on the way. The Brewers looking to even up this series, and they can do that, get a win on Sunday, and finish up this homestand strong. Matt Rock waiting for you on the other side. Enjoy it, everybody.
We'll have the roof closed tonight for Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Spend the night with luxury. They did open her up last night, but a little cool yet, so we'll keep it buttoned up here tonight. We get ready for game 2 of this series, the Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies. As Pete Buchanan last June, took over for Ryne Sandberg. There's Pete, who stepped down, did Sandberg, and Buchanan finished up last year and has a contract through 2017 to lead this Phillies ball club. Take a look at the Phillies batting order tonight, brought to you by Potawatomi. Odubel Herrera remains at the top of the order, followed by Freddie Galvis and Michael Franco. Ryan Howard is cleanup. Darren Ruff back in left field. The veteran Carlos Ruiz behind the plate. Tyler Goodell in right. Pitcher hits 8th again for the Phillies. That's Charlie Morton, and Cesar Hernandez rounds out the Phillies batting order. And that order will match up against Chase Anderson, who gets the call for the Brewers here tonight.
Yeah, looking for a turnaround start. He got roughed up his last time out against the Minnesota Twins. After not allowing an earned run in his first 2 starts, Anderson allowed 4 earned runs, 5 overall in 5 innings, and a loss to the Twins, making start number 3 against the Philadelphia Phillies. He's 0-1 so far. Both of those other starts came as a Diamondback. Now let's check out the Brewers Menards defense. You got 3 changes out there. Kirk Neuheis makes his 5th start out in center field. He'll be in center. Alex Presley, first start as a Brewer. He'll be out in right field. And Colin Walsh, 3rd start at 3rd base. Incidentally, the other 2 starts for Colin Walsh at 3rd base, the Brewers won both of them. So maybe a little bit of a shake-up in the lineup for Craig Counsell.
Look at that. Walsh got his first big league hit earlier in the week. As you take a look at Craig Counsell, looking to even up this series after the Phillies won last night 5-2. Aaron Nola was really good for Philadelphia. As we move on to the middle game now at Miller Park, your umpires tonight. If the Brewers go to their bullpen, Carlos Torres would be a nice choice. Torres would pitch, and Torres would call the balls and strikes. Sam Holbrook, the crew chief, second tonight. Jim Wolf at first, and Rob Drake over at third.
Umpires all buttoned up tonight. They're a little chilly. They had the roof open right before Brewers batting practice today. A little bit chilly. They zipped her up, and it doesn't take long to warm it up with all the fans in here.
Nice and comfortable. Might be able to have that roof open tomorrow. We're talking about 70 degrees here in Milwaukee, and we'll see. Have it open, that'd be great, but always good to have the option. As we are set to go, as for the 3rd straight game, Odubel Herrera will hit at the top of the order for Pete Buchanan's club. Herrera has been really good at getting on base, many times via the walk, although last night he did not. He had walked in 7 straight games. Leads the National League with 15 walks on the season. Did have a hit in 5 trips last night. So Buchanan has jostled the batting order a bit here in the last couple of games, trying to get more offense. Very similar scenario with this Phillies team to what the Brewers are trying to do. Just get a little bit more consistency, or maybe more than a little bit more, with the bats.
Yeah, they looked pretty good last night offensively. They got some hits, had things going on the bases, and a relatively easy win for Philadelphia last night.
They did. Zach Davies, as he told reporters after the game, that maybe took a half a step in the right direction. He took the loss, was better certainly than what he was Sunday in the game at Pittsburgh. But man, Aaron Nola, young Aaron Nola, he was terrific.
Yeah. Guys were talking about him yesterday, talking specifically about how well he commanded his fastball, and he's got that short breaking curveball.
And a full count to the leadoff hitter tonight, Odubel Herrera.
But Chase Anderson's got to get that comfort level. I mean, his last time out, he said that he really never felt comfortable, wasn't really in sync, even when he was warming up in the bullpen. Sometimes that happens. You just got to grind through it. It just didn't have that consistency that he had in his first 2 starts.
Yeah, the rain-shortened game against the Twins. Miguel Sano, Byung-Ho Park with home runs off Anderson in that game. Chase went 5. Blaine Boyer, the final inning, as it turned out, before the rain arrived and never stopped. And after a rain delay of 2 hours and change, they went ahead and shut it down, and Twins got the win. Game 4 of this 5-game homestand for the Brewers. We'll wrap it up tomorrow afternoon, and then an off day Monday, and 3 games in Chicago against the Cubs Tuesday and Wednesday night, as well as Thursday afternoon, and then we're right back here at Miller Park next weekend. Council's team 7-10 coming in. Lost the last 2 outings, the series finale to the Twins, and then last night here to the Phillies. And a walk to start the game as Herrera does what he has done so well, and that's draw bases on balls and also reaching base. His string now is at 15 straight of reaching safely.
Yeah, in his first 2 starts, Anderson, not allowing an earned run, had a terrific changeup. I mean, locating the fastball. Changeups, he got them out in front, and the swing and a miss. He missed on that 3-2 changeup right there. That's a pitch he has to have.
A leadoff walk for the Phillies, and that brings up the shortstop Freddie Galvis.
Yeah, Phillies very aggressive on the bases in last night's game. Lucroy able to cut down a couple of them.
Yeah, the combination of Jonathan Lucroy and Martin Maldonado, they have thrown outs. More runners attempting to steal than any other combo in the big leagues as this has popped up. Jeanette backpedaling, Presley coming in, Alex Presley patrolling right field. No one's hurt, and we have out number 1.
Good job by Presley. It's his ball. I mean, outfielder's a much easier play. Scooter Jeanette, instead of just moving out of the way, just sat down on the outfield. I'll get out of the way. Whatever it takes.
As we often say, style points are overrated. You got the out, you take it. No collision. Maikel Franco came to Miller Park slumping, and badly so. Over the 7-game stretch prior to last night, he was 3 for 29. He broke out of it last night with 3 hits, including 2 home runs.
It's a good hitter. I mean, Franco, we saw him last year. He can hit the ball out of the ballpark. And not a bad third baseman. One of the young players that I think this Phillies organization is trying to position the entire organization around. He's got a lot of promise. He can play.
Runner holds as Anderson misses to Franco. It's interesting how it works. Sometimes when you're struggling as a hitter, you're told to just take the ball the other way. Don't worry about trying to drive everything. Well, it was the flip with Franco. Pete Mackanin talking to reporters last night saying they were trying to get him to pull the ball. Stay back and then drive it, and he did.
Yeah, you got pitches to pull. I mean, if they pitch you away, you don't want to pull those, but if you throw hanging breaking pitches and fastballs middle in, those are the ones to pull, and he did. Hit him a long way.
Franco last year was called up from the minor leagues in the middle of May, went on to play 80 games and put up some impressive numbers. 18 homers. He wasn't really talked about in terms of rookie of the year consideration, but they are very high on him, and you're seeing a reason why. He has that kind of power.
Yeah, hanging curveball from Zach Davies, and later on got a fastball middle in and knocked it out of here. That was off of Capuano, I believe.
Yeah, his second multi-homer game of his career, and matter of fact, the other one came last year against the Yankees, and one of the homers was off Capuano. Franco drove in 50 runs a year ago. A ball, 2 strikes to the Phillies third baseman. Phillies come in 8-9 on the season and still last in the National League in team batting average at .219. The Brewers a couple of notches ahead of them, but McCann has been getting very good starting pitching.
Yeah, that's been the story. I mean, the pitching has been terrific. The defense pretty good. Starting rotation has been very good, and the bullpen showed pretty well last night.
2-2 pitch with a runner on the move. It's fouled out of play. Brewers swept the season series against Philadelphia last year. Phillies, like a number of teams, have trouble against the National League Central, which would again be in line to be the best division, at least in the National League, if not all of baseball. This was a club that dropped 99 games a year ago. It was their 3rd straight losing season. But it's a roster that has turned over considerably. And like the Brewers, it's a team that's been pretty competitive here in this opening month of the season.
They've dumped some payroll last year, got some young players. Some of them here, some of them in the minor leagues. Very similar story to that of the Brewers.
A couple of mainstays, Ryan Howard, one other, Carlos Ruiz. That's about it from the best of the best years of this Philadelphia club in at least the last decade. And Anderson again runs the count full to Maikel Franco. 4 homers. He has driven in 8. Leadoff walk to Herrera. A fly ball off the bat of Freddie Galvis. That's how this game has started. Runner going again. And it's popped out of play again.
A lot of foul balls. I mean, some of the pitches that Anderson has thrown to these Phillies, first 3 at bats, have been pretty good pitches to hit. They're fouling them off. That was a pretty good job by Franco to get a piece of that pitch. That was right on the outside corner. But they have missed some pitches to hit.
So once again, a 3-2 pitch coming up. And Herrera running again as this is smacked into center field, a base hit. Herrera on his way to third as the throw is cut off. And the Phillies are threatening right away. Runners at the corners.
Man, centered on that one, a fastball. Looked like he tried to four-seam at that time. Tried to go on the outside corner, left it a little bit too much over the plate. And look at the extension for Franco. He doesn't shorten that swing up too much with 2 strikes. It's a bullet out there in the center field, and running on the pitch, Herrera able to make it into third base.
Well, some trouble here in the first inning for Chase Anderson. First 2 games did not allow an earned run. Second outing in St. Louis, 3 runs scored, but they all were unearned as Ryan Howard settles in. A changeup that has Howard out in front. We spoke last night. I talked about Howard. He was homers or doubles. He's been homers or singles, and he singled last night. That's been his start.
That was last night?
That was last night.
I forgot. He didn't have to bring it up. That's a true pro.
Well, actually, I'd be here a long time if I was correcting all the mistakes I made. But that one glared.
Yeah, that bothered you, kept you up last night?
Kind of like, wow, did I really say that? After further review.
Yeah.
Howard, one of the terrific Phillies in the final year of his contract. There is a team option for next year, but
I don't think so.
No.
You got to wonder where Ryan Howard's going to land after this season.
MVP 10 years ago. 3-time All-Star. MVP year, he had 58 home runs. He was regularly 45 and above in the 06 to 09.
Yeah, one of the most feared hitters in all the big leagues, Ryan Howard, back in those days. A lot of power to all fields, especially when he hits in Citizens Bank Park. You keep it away from center field. I mean, you don't have to get them all, especially if you're Ryan Howard, to get the home runs.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Howard back in there at first base here tonight. And the third hitter out of 4. Anderson has run the count full.
And that's going to make that double play a little bit more difficult. You figure Franco is going to be running on the pitch to stay out of the double play. Big shift on again.
This is popped up. Colin Walsh will have room in foul territory. 2 men out.
Yep, all the strikes came on changeups that time for Chase Anderson. He's starting to get a feel for it. First couple of hitters, he was having a difficult time with it, but threw some good ones to Ryan Howard.
Well, Howard misses a chance to get his team on the board. We'll see if Chase can work his way through. Runners at the corners with 2 men out as Darren Ruff is next up for Anderson. Ruff again in left field. He can play first as well. In fact, last night he did a little of both, but starting out in left field for the 2nd straight game. A busy in the inning here for Chase Anderson. A lot of pitches to try to get through this first. And a long look in. This is Anderson's 2nd home start, of course. The first opening week started against Houston. Every home start, Anderson will wear his late father's socks, the cowboy boots, belt buckle, the jeans, a pink polo shirt. It's all to honor his father, Robert, who passed away 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Quick trip to the mound is Jonathan Lucroy with a conversation with Chase Anderson.
Maybe a mechanical talk with Anderson, he and Lucroy. Maybe Luke saw something.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Good pitch to hit on a 2-0 count, and Ruff a little bit behind it. Boy, hitters hate that. You know who hates that worse? Hitting coaches. Well, you get that 2-0 count, and you just can't be behind a pitch like that. Now 3-1. A lot of pitches for Anderson, who seems to be a little out of rhythm again. You know, the fastball very inconsistent. The changeup, he's starting to feel a little bit better with that pitch. Doesn't throw hard. He's got to work on the corners and keep it down.
Dangerous spot here in this first inning. Hitters count. Runners at the corners. Ruff has driven in a couple of runs so far. You see that average, though, very low. Let's see if Anderson can put him away. And the count is full.
Pulled the string. It's a good pitch. Well, you know that Ruff didn't want to be behind that fastball like he was on the 3-1 or 2-0 count. 3-1, trying to get the bat head out, and he pulled the string.
Let's see what he's going to bring now on 3-2. Here it comes. Bases are loaded. 2nd walk of the inning.
He wasn't going to swing at that regardless of that changeup, and that certainly could have been called. Carlos Torres, not the Brewers' right-hander, but home plate umpire tonight, didn't like it for some reason.
That Carlos Torres calling the balls and strikes. So the bases are loaded for the catcher, Carlos Ruiz. 37-year-old. And Ryan Howard. Those are the 2 members of the championship teams still with the ball club.
And a little cross up, and Lucroy is going to go out there for the 3rd time in this inning. Just can't really get together. You know, Anderson a little bit out of sync. He and Lucroy have been having a couple of different chats out there. VR wants to get involved.
It's one of those you hope if he can get out of this, and then, okay, you shake through it, and then you can start to get through some innings with less stress. But 30 pitches already. A lot of full counts to hitters. Hit in the air to right. Room for Presley. And Anderson gets out of it. Anything but easy, but he keeps the Phillies off the board. And here come the Brewers in the bottom of the first. Loaded in the first. Chase Anderson worked his way out of big trouble. So to the bottom of the first we go. Here at Miller Park. See what the Brewers can come up with. They get those bats going a little bit for Craig Counsell. Let's take a look at the Brewers batting order presented by Potawatomi. Jonathan Villar for the first time this season will start at the top, followed by Scooter Gennett and Ryan Braun. Jonathan Lucroy hitting cleanup. Chris Carter fifth. Kirk Neuenhuis, starter in center field. He hits sixth. And on down the line, Walsh, Presley, and Anderson against 32-year-old Charlie Morton.
Yeah, the Brewers very familiar with Charlie Morton. 14 starts in his career against Milwaukee, all coming as a Pirate. 4-7 in those 14 starts. He's a ground ball pitcher. Had a rough start his first outing of the year at Cincinnati, but last two have been very good. He's only allowed one earned run combined in those last two starts.
Yeah, that outing at Cincinnati, he lasted just 3 2/3 and gave up 6 earned runs. But as Rock mentioned, he was very good against the Padres and the Nationals. No decision against the Nationals, but 6 2/3 innings, a shutout ball against San Diego. Last 7 years, Morton was with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Made a swap for a minor league pitcher. There's Jonathan Villar is swinging a miss, and Morton has himself a strikeout right away.
Yeah, let's check out the Menards defense for the Phillies. You got Ruff, Herrera, and Goodell in the outfield. Tyler Goodell gets a start in right. Didn't see him yesterday. Franco Galvis, Hernandez, and Ryan Howard from third to first, and Carlos Chooch Ruiz behind home plate. Easy for me to say. In the final year of his contract, just like Ryan Howard.
Exactly right. There he is.
One of the best catchers in the game. You don't really hear too much about him.
Well, he originally signed with the Phillies back in 1998. Here's Scooter Gennett.
Yeah, think about the guys Carlos Ruiz caught back in the heyday of the Phillies. Roy Halladay. You had, Cliff Lee, Hamels. I mean, that's pretty good staff.
A terrific staff. Here's Scooter Gennett with a ground ball and through into right field, a base hit. Gennett getting his night started the right way.
And talking to Bob McClure, the Phillies pitching coach, he said that Charlie Morton's added 2 or 3 miles an hour to his fastball over the last year, and That last fastball 95 miles an hour. Now Morton, a big-time ground ball pitcher. 95 with a big curveball. He's going to get some strikeouts too. He's got 16 punch-outs in around 16 innings of work. There's Bobby Mack right in the middle there.
Great memories for Brewer fans when you see that face and you hear that name, Bob McClure, back to 1982. A rather prominent role in helping the Brewers get to the World Series.
Yep, and the guy that was never afraid to come inside on the hitter. Yep. Outside corner's mine. I'm going to protect it. Stay off it.
Ryan Braun at the plate. Braun's put up some pretty good numbers in his chances against Charlie Morton. He comes into this game on a 5-game hitting streak. 8 for 16 in that stretch. Rock mentioned Morton, a very good ground ball pitcher. In fact, in the last 5 years, only Dallas Keuchel has a higher ground ball rate.
Yeah, so emphasis big time on infield defense for the Phillies. So far, they've been pretty good defensively. And not much of a shift. I mean, up the middle, they're more or less playing in double play depth. Ryan Braun hits the ball all over the field. Tough to shift on him.
There's a bouncing ball in the hole and through into left. Morton got the ground ball, but it slipped through, and the Brewers have runners at first and second with one out.
He had 2 ground balls that have been able to find holes and into the outfield. Well, you got Galvis in double play depth. That looked like a changeup right there. 87 miles an hour from Morton. And Braun able to bounce it into left field. Galvis just couldn't get there. That'd be nice to get to an early lead tonight. Going to take the pressure a little bit off Anderson.
Yes, it would. Chase had a couple of walks, gave up a hit, but kept the Phillies off the board in the top of the first, and now the Brewers have a little something going. Braun extends his hitting streak to 6, and here's Jonathan Lucroy, who comes into the game with a 7-game run going. That's how he started his season. First 7 games he hit safely, and now has another one going. Barack, as you said, he was telling you he still doesn't feel like he's totally locked in at the plate.
Yeah, right, but he's got the average, 290. I mean, still doesn't really feel as though, he's feeling like he should, like he did a couple of years ago. Still just getting his hits, though. Sign of a good hitter.
Rick Cranitz, not Bob McClure, not kidding. They're talking about a little bit more to that fastball. That was at 95 from Charlie Morton.
Yeah. Bob McClure in the dugout. Rick Cranitz in the bullpen.
A ball, a strike to Jonathan Lucroy. There it is again, mid-90s.
He's got some big movement on it too. That's why he gets those grounders. Talking to himself already. Neither pitcher very sharp in the first inning.
Anderson fought his way through it. Let's see how Charlie Morton fares. Morton career in this ballpark 1-3. He did win 2 of the 3 games at winning decisions and 2 of the 3 outings against the Brewers last year. And Lucroy has worked himself into a hitter's count, 3-1. Villar began the inning with a strikeout, then back-to-back singles. Jeanette to right, Braun to left. Mentioned the Phillies struggling offensively. The Brewers ranked 13th in average in the National League. And this was a team that put 10 on the board at a Wednesday night win against the Twins. In the last couple of games, they have run into some very good pitching.
Yeah, very good curveballs too. I mean, you talk about Nolasco with the Twins, Nola last night. Charlie Morton's got a good curveball. He's going to be throwing those pitches tonight.
And more of the same coming tomorrow.
Yeah. Get that curveball machine in the hitting cage underneath the stadium going.
3-2 pitch. There's a hot shot over Hernandez, a base hit. Here comes Jeanette being waved in, and he'll score uncontested. RBI single for Lucroy. 1-0 the Brewers.
Yeah, 96, and Lucroy turns it around. They got one over the plate, down in the strike zone, just out of the reach of Hernandez, and Jeanette able to score. Got a lot of the plate. It was down, and Lucroy able to line it hard into right field. That's just vintage Lucroy right there, not trying to pull it. And the Brewers able to do what the Phillies were not able to do, come up with a base hit with men in scoring position.
So Lucroy extends his hitting streak to 8. See, he's using the whole ballpark. Here's Chris Carter. The Brewers may have struggled collectively with the bats, but Carter is doing what he could. Getting a RBI knock in the first inning, a double in the final inning. Leads the team in home runs as well as RBIs.
And 14 RBIs in 16 games. That's a pretty good start.
And what's really encouraging, and I know it's early, but you see the average. And he was sub 200 a year ago. If he can keep it near that vicinity, looking at a really big year of run production. Like Craig Kashawn talking about it, Brewers Live pregame with the Augies, Don August and Jerry Augustine. And Craig was chatting with Chris in the Cactus League, and he was telling Craig he thinks he can hit in that area of 270 or so. And man, if he could do that.
If he does, he's going to hit 30, 40 homers. Because he's that strong.
Ball, 2 strikes to Carter. Good start here for the Crew. 3 hits in this first inning. Still just 1 out. 3 straight singles. Jeanette, Braun, and Lucroy. And much like Anderson, Morton needing a lot of pitches here in this first inning.
And really the command issues have been with the fastball. Not able to locate it, missing badly on a lot of them.
2-2 pitch. An inning of full counts going on.
I don't think the Brewers are going to be running on a 3-2 count. You got a guy at the plate that has a tendency to swing and miss.
Runners do in fact hold, and Carter goes down swinging. Second out of the inning.
And a good fastball that time. 95 on the corner. Not a lot you can do with that one. You hope to foul it off and get another pitch to hit. Right on the edge and comes up empty.
First 2 outs via the strikeout for Charlie Morton. So he is throwing some heat in this first inning. Locating it, and he's still working on, although he did just strike out Carter. Here's Kurt Neuenhuis. You can imagine with a roster that has turned over as much as the Brewers, there haven't been many with big sample sizes against Morton. Neuenhuis has faced Morton 5 times, and he's reached him 3. So Craig Counsell wanting to get some lefties in the lineup, and of course at center field you have some options out there to be sure. And Nieuwenhuis gets the start here tonight, his 5th of the year. Front changeup there looked like.
Yeah, you got to keep everybody involved at least early in the season to see what you got. You're going to ultimately, you would think, end up on a pretty consistent lineup. Brewers have had that, but Aaron Hill gets a day off. Santana tonight.
Irv missing 2 and 1. See that average for Nieuwenhuis, 4 for 20, so not a ton of at bats at all. You see him a fair amount as a pinch hitter, but he's on the lineup card tonight. Fastball in there for strike 2. Morton had one 10-win season in his 7 years with the Pirates. That was back in 2011. A lot of injuries in his time with the Pirates. Never did start as many as 30 games in a year. He had a variety of bad luck. Hamstring issues, shoulder fatigue, had hip surgery. 4 years ago needed Tommy John surgery. So you know he's on his game when he's getting a lot of ground ball outs.
Yeah, he's got good stuff. He just has to be able to stay out on the mound, rack up the numbers.
3-2 pitch. We'll do it again. I don't know if he caught that on the fly or not. I don't know if you saw last night. Pirates game, the road game for the Pirates, but out in Arizona, where a guy holding his baby in one hand reached out and caught a foul ball with the other. I don't know if I'd recommend it, but it was impressive. Nieuwenhuis goes down swinging and the inning is over, but the Brewers get a run on the board. We are through 1. It is 1-0 Milwaukee. Mentioned about this game last night in Pittsburgh. This is a Pirates fan in Arizona. Watch closely. Baby in the left arm, catch to the right arm of the Wellington Castillo homer. Don't know if I'd encourage you trying that, but dude knew what he was doing. Made it look pretty easy there.
Good effort. Nice. You're right. If you do that, you certainly don't want to be on TV doing it.
Exactly.
Let the wife see you.
Yeah, I'm guessing that guy heard it at some point, but I'm sure a lot of congratulatory text messages as well. Of course.
Nice catch, though.
It was.
Barehanded.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that either.
Tyler Goodell leading off here for the Phillies. Rule 5 pick from Tampa Bay. And first big league hit for him came April 12th. As he gets his opportunity.
A tall, lanky, right-handed hitter, 6'4", 180 pounds.
And he got himself into the mix. Aaron Altherr in spring training hurt his wrist diving for a ball in spring training game, and he's on the 60-day DL. So Goodell among those getting in the mix and trying to make the most of it, and he's in the lineup tonight here for the Phillies.
Man, you never know what can happen. You get an opportunity. Guys swing the bat, which he has not been able to do quite yet. David Lowe getting a shot out in right field in yesterday's game. Lowe got a base hit.
These ball clubs with a couple of things in common. Opportunities for players. A Rule 5 draft pick here. Of course, the Brewers have Colin Walsh, Rule 5 pick in their lineup tonight. He got his first big league hit this week up in Minnesota.
Yeah, Craig Counsell getting as many right-handed bats in the lineup as he can against Charlie Morton.
Another full count, and this is up the middle and a base hit. So Goodell starts the second with a base hit. There was some craziness in baseball last night, not just fans catching fly balls, but check out this triple play. It takes a while, but hang with it. Finally, Abreu with a juke move to get the out, and then Prince Fielder is about to get caught in a rundown here right about now. That's exactly how you play it too, Rock, right? You try to minimize the throws there.
Yeah. 9-3 to 2-4 to 2 to 5. 9-3 to 2 to 4 to 2 to 5. Yeah.
Put a stopwatch on that. That's not your typical triple play.
No. Base running could have been a little bit better in that case.
It was not worthy of a clinic, that's for sure. A little short of it. Charlie Morton, pitcher hitting 8th again for Pete Buchanan's team. Morton trying to lay one down, but he's down 2 strikes instead. Anderson needed 40, or rather 31 pitches to get through the first inning. Morton needed 29. There's a bunt back to Anderson. He's got to play at second. He'll get it there in time. BR, and then Morton slipped going to first, and that's a double play.
Wow, what happened there? Hey, you wonder if he's going to be all right. My goodness, I think he's hurt. It bunts it a little bit too hard. VR wasn't even going to throw until he saw Morton down on the ground, and he's hurt. Something happened to him. Let's see. Let's follow him down to first base if we can see what happens to him. Yeah, I don't know. Just kind of not sure where it's hurting, but he is in a lot of pain right now. Got to be helped off. I don't even want to speculate as to what that was. I mean, it could be a lot of different things. Another case for the DH in the National League, maybe?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what.
Just right there. I don't know, hyperextended the knee maybe, and maybe did it twice. I'm not sure, but he's not going to be able to finish.
You remember back to about this time last year.
Yeah.
Adam Wainwright.
Right. Right here at Miller Park. Achilles.
Yeah, just running out of the box. So it doesn't look good here for Charlie Morton as he needs help to get down the dugout steps.
Yep, it's a 1-6 to 3 double play, and Get Holzer getting loose out in that bullpen. No way Charlie Morton's going to be able to continue.
Oberholzer did start 8 times for the Astros last year, so it's not totally foreign role as a ground ball handled by Carter. Fernandez retired, and we are through an inning and a half at Miller Park. Phillies and the Brewers being broadcast on AFN, the American Forces Network, broadcasting to the U.S. Armed Forces serving around the world on land and on ships at sea. Welcome. Move to the bottom of the second. Brewers with a little different look to the lineup tonight. They lead the Phillies early on, 1-0, but more on that Brewers lineup tonight. Let's send it down to Sophia Minix.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. Colin Walsh will be leading off this inning, the switch hitter, and then he'll be followed by Alex Presley making his first Brewers start here. And Craig Counsell had opted to go with a heavy left-handed lineup against Charlie Morton because of the pretty significant splits that Morton has had throughout his career facing righties and lefties. Facing righties, it had been a .248 average for them, and for lefties, that average went up to .307. So now that now that Morton has left the game with an apparent injury, it will be the lefty Brett Oberholzer coming in from the Phillies bullpen.
And the good news about the lefties, 5 of them, 2 of those are switch hitters. So VR and Colin Walsh going to be able to turn around and bat right-handed. So not as much of a disadvantage for the crew offensively as you would think. 4th game for Oberholzer, as we talked about. Last year he spent time with the Houston Astros and worked out of the bullpen and the starting rotation. 8 starts last year at a .446 earned run average.
It's part of that trade with the Astros that involved Vince Velasquez, who's given the Phillies some really good starts early on, and it was also involving Ken Giles. It was one of those trades where you give up one of your vets and you try to get some young players, some young prospects, and Oberholzer, he said, has started, and this is an emergency situation here. Obviously it's not a start, but it's the next thing to it with Morton being injured, and Oberholzer gets the call in the 2nd inning.
Basically a 4-pitch left-handed pitcher, and really doesn't have that one pitch that's eye-popping. Fastball, curve, slider, changeup. Got a good curve, a decent slider, fastball in the low 90s.
Walsh with a fly ball to right, and that's Goodell. And there's out number 1.
Hey, Friday nights are student nights here at Miller Park, and all Friday home games, including next Friday against the Marlins, high school and college students can get $10 tickets, plus enjoy a $3 special menu to the 1st inning. Go to brewers.com/students.
right back here next weekend for the Marlins. And then the Angels come in. Here's Alex Presley. Start out and right. He's on this night. Craig Counsell will have the pitcher hitting ninth. You see it eighth quite a bit, but tonight Chase Anderson hits at the bottom of the order. This is Presley's first start, and he sends this down the line and out of play. A couple of pinch hit appearances for Alex since being called up earlier in the week. Tyler Cravey sent down as Counsell subtracting a pitcher and then getting to a position where he can have a five-man bench. Presley actually had a base hit, pinch hit roll. Last guy cut in spring training, off to a very good start at AAA Colorado Springs, hitting better than .340.
Yep, big league time with the Pirates and the Twins.
Yeah, in fact, he was the minor league player of the year in the Pirates organization back in 2010. 8th round pick 10 years ago by that organization. With the Astros the last couple of years. Signed his free agent deal with the Crew in December. The ball, 2 strikes. There's Brett Oberholzer on in relief of the injured Charlie Morton. Let's check it in. Morton trying to bunt and just running up the line. Started in an awkward stride. That left leg, and
this looked like it just buckled on him. Not sure what happened. Don't want to even try and guess.
1-2 pitch. Presley with a good battle. Three homers and 11 RBIs in spring training from Presley. Again, the 1-2. And that's strike 3 called.
Yeah, good command. Oberholzer is not a guy that's going to walk too many. Yeah, that one borderline on the outside corner. This time Carlos Torres, the home plate umpire, rings it up.
Well, Morton struck out 3 in the first, but did give up a run on 3 hits. For the first 5 outs here for the Brewers via the strikeout as Chase Anderson steps in. Two outs and the base is empty. Quickly, Oberholzer out in front. 2 strikes and nothing. And the word on Charlie Morton is it's a left hamstring strain, so that's what ends his night as Anderson looks at 3 pitches, and that'll do it as the Brewers retired in order. We're through 2 at Miller Park. 1-0 the Crew. third, middle game of this 3-game series. Brewers the early lead on the Philadelphia Phillies. Time now for our Carsoup.com trivia question. Who are the 2 catchers in Major League history to catch 4 separate no-hitters? 2 catchers in big league history to catch 4 separate no-hitters.
Yeah, not bad, huh?
Man.
It's amazing just to catch 1, let alone 4.
Let's talk about staying away from pitchers and how they might get tight. Your heart rate was accelerating those last few innings, right?
Oh yeah, you want to be a part of history. I think that at that point the game was well in hand, and the only thing that was left was to get that no-hitter for Juan Nieves, and that's one of those things that you're not sure about until the absolute last out. Yep. And how many times have we seen a no-hitter lost the last hitter of the game, or trying to get that last out?
Absolutely. You don't want to be that guy.
And Eddie Murray almost got that base hit.
But a rather impressive catch. Mr. Yount for the final outs. Odubel Herrera had a nice catch on the final out of the Cole Hamels no-hitter last July at Wrigley Field. We talked about it last night. It was a tough catch, but he made it. And that was the finale for Hamels as a Philly. Herrera walked in the first inning, was left stranded. Chase Anderson has run a number of counts full. He's ahead right now, 1-2 strikes to Herrera. Brewers starter got out of a bases loaded jam in the first. Tyler Goodell led the second with a base hit, but Charlie Morton in the bunt attempt where he strained his hamstring ended up bunting into a double play and then got Cesar Hernandez to ground out. So a much cleaner inning as it turned out for Anderson, who needed 31 pitches to get through the first. Two pitch. It's going to add up here if it isn't already with Anderson. Another full count. That walk for Herrera in the first, his 16th already this season. Stays alive.
Man, pretty good plate discipline, and does a pretty good job just putting the bat on the baseball. That was a pretty good pitch right there for Chase Anderson, right on the corner. Might have been up a little bit. Able to foul it off and wait for maybe a mistake on the next pitch.
Already 50 pitches from Anderson. Again, the payoff. Curve is fouled away. Anderson 1-1 coming into this game, a .225 earned run average. Again the 3-2. And again a foul ball.
This guy's a pitch count killer, isn't he?
He really is.
He'll just keep fouling off pitches one after the other, and until he gets one that he likes, or at least gets one that maybe is out of the strike zone like he did last time up.
You see what he does. He really makes you work, and it was Herrera working a walk in the first inning. On base percentage of better than .400 on a team whose collective OBP is very low, and for the second straight plate appearance, Herrera is able to work a walk. That is the third walk issued by Anderson.
A lot of trips to the mound for Jonathan Lucroy, which is somewhat unusual. Lucroy is not a guy that's going to make a lot of trips to the mound. Martin Maldonado will. Just trying to calm his right-hander down a little bit. Just seems that once again a little bit out of sync.
Third straight innings. You look at Maldonado there. Combination of Lucroy and Maldonado. Talked about him in Brewers Live pregame, how good they are behind the plate. And Herrera leaning a bit. Anderson keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, two very solid defensive catchers, and you know they've combined to throw out 10 base runners, 10 base stealers, most in the big leagues. But it's a lot of the other things that they do very well that goes pretty much unsaid.
Blocking pitches, pitch framing, which does get tracked now.
Yep.
Terrific command of what the game plan is, what they're trying to do.
Yep, the pitcher and catcher of the day will be in that coach's room before every game. After that catcher hits during the day, they'll go over a scouting report. They'll go over every hitter. And sometimes both catchers are in there, and all part of the preparation before you go out there on the field.
Runner holds, and a strike to Freddie Galvis. Galvis fly to right in the first inning.
Herrera just looks like a guy that wants to steal on every pitch.
He really does.
He doesn't always. He's taken off a couple of times tonight, but he's got that itchy trigger finger looking to take off.
He is 2 for 2 when he's tried. Good little cat and mouse game going on right now. The Phillies, you mentioned Herrera, he's been good in his 2 attempts, but the Phillies get thrown out quite a bit as a team. They've been good 7 times, and they've been caught 7 times.
Yeah, that's just not worth it to run. When you get caught as many times as you make it, it's just not worth it. That's too many outs on the bases. If you're not making it about 75% of the time as a team, the risk is just not worth the reward.
1-1 the count to the Phillies shortstop. Still trying to get in sync is Chase Anderson. Leadoff man has reached in each of the first 3 innings for Philadelphia. Runner holds, and this is popped up. Jeanette will call for it. Waving, saying, Alex, I got this one.
Yeah, same hitter, Galvis. Different result. Scooter Jeanette saying, get out of the way, I've got it.
Off to a pretty good start with Scooter Jeanette this season. 1 out and 1 on. Here for the Phillies in the top of the 3rd for Maikel Franco. That batting average took a pretty good jump. This time last night it was 241. That's how fast at this stage of the season the numbers can go either direction. First pitch swinging. Very high pop up. VR will wave people away. Out number 2.
Straight up, hit it pretty well, but got under it. He takes a mighty hack up there at the plate.
Franco 1 for 2. 2 outs. Herrera the runner at first for the veteran Ryan Howard. Talk a lot about shifting, and there's a item in the Phillies note package, and this is a man who has really been affected by that, you might imagine. Ground balls right into it.
Yeah, I know he's not going to do it with 2 outs, but do you think ever he thinks just about maybe punching one over toward third base?
Yeah. So every now and then you see it, but
let's know your big home run hitters like Ryan Howard aren't paid for bunt singles.
Average is low, but he gets homered 4 times. Runner on the move. Pitch is swung on and missed, and Herrera steals second.
Yeah, had a pretty good jump. I think if Lucroy doesn't bounce the throw, he's going to be out, though. It's going to be close. Yeah, anytime you short hop a base runner or a fielder, watch the glove. It's got to go up, and then it has to go back down, and that's why Herrera was able to steal the bag. If that throws on the money, they're going to get him. Glove up, then it has to come down. That takes a lot of time.
Third stolen base of the year and as many tries for Odubel Herrera. 1-1 pitch to Howard. "36 years old. Final year of that huge contract he signed. Change up again. Count evens 2-2. A lot of pitches required, but see if Anderson can get through the third inning without giving up a run. Left him loaded in the first. Runner at second here in the third. 2-2. Punched at it, and it will go over Villar. A base hit. That's going to score Herrera. Just put a bat on the ball, and it dropped an RBI single for Ryan Howard.
Yep, off-speed pitch, just laid the bat out there, and base hitting an RBI. Nothing anybody can do about that. That was a good pitch by Anderson. But check out the big guy. Curveball, just punches it in that direction, and it drives in the first run for the Phillies. It's a good curveball. Look, he's playing cricket. Just kind of punches it out there. Not that I've ever played cricket. I've seen it.
I was going to ask. You were about to surprise me.
Yeah, no.
But it worked. Worked for Ryan Howard. And there's a liner in the right field off the bat of Darren Ruff. So runners at first and second as the inning continues here for the Phillies. Playing with some fire early on, and now it's.
It looked like a cut fastball that really didn't do much, did it? It stayed in the middle part of the plate, and Ruff hits it hard into right. Left it up. Didn't locate it very well.
4 hits for the Phillies. And they have runners at first and second for the catcher Carlos Ruiz. Curveball is in there. He was an all-star 4 years ago. Big year, hit .325 that season. Career best 16 homers. He drove in 68. And a little cue shot. That's down the line. That's going to be a base hit. And rounding third is Howard. He will score, and runners at the corners. And the Phillies
Kind of the way it goes sometimes. A little lawn dart out into right field or left field by Ryan Howard. And check this out. Right off the handle of the bat, slice it inside that first baseline for another RBI. So neither one of the hits that's driving a run hit all that well. That's an understatement. Just well placed. And the Phillies with a 2 spot in the third.
Three straight hits with 2 men outs. The Phillies grab the lead. Tyler Goodell at the plate. He singled to center in the second inning. His second hit as a Philly, the Rule 5 pick. Chase Anderson said after the game at Target Field he never quite felt like he was in sync, and not at his best here, although to the Phillies' credit, nice piece of hitting by Ryan Howard to extend the inning, and then squib off the bat of Ruiz that turns into an RBI single.
Yeah, a lot of base runners though for Chase again. I mean, 5 hits and a couple of walks. Actually 3 walks. A lot of base runners in 3 innings.
1-2 pitch. And that was offering number 70. We are in the 3rd inning. Phillies with a couple of runs here in inning number 3. Goodell with that single in the 2nd. That snapped a little 0 for 9 run he was on. Here's a 2-2 pitch. And that is over Jeanette and a base hit. Another run will score as Ruff is in and make it 3-1 Philadelphia.
Yeah, another jam shot, a little jam shot into right field, but the fact that the pitch is up in the strike zone is why Goodell's able to elevate it over Jeanette's head. Check out the location, a four-seam fastball. Supposed to be up and in, didn't get it in there far enough. Just kind of fights it off out there in the right field. Only one of the hits have been hit hard, that by Ruff. Everything else is kind of dinking and doiking them. But they count.
They sure do. That's the bad news. Someone like Tyler Goodell, who came into the game 1 for 16 for the season, he's now 2 for 2. Here's the pitcher, Brett Oberholzer. Came in when Charlie Morton strained a hamstring. That's the official word. Running up the first baseline on a bunt. First big league RBI for Tyler Goodell. A ball, a strike to Oberholzer. Been a starter the last 3 years as Oberholzer. The Astros.
They're working out of the pen this year, and at least so far has a tendency to give up the long ball. And one of the reasons he does, because he hardly ever walks anybody.
And Anderson strikes him out. And the inning is over, but a good frame for the Phillies. They score 3 times, and they have a 3-1 lead. Forward to the top of the 3rd, so Brewers back into catch-up mode, down 3-1 here at Miller Park. Our Carsoup.com trivia question: who are the 2 catchers in Major League history to catch 4 separate no-hitters.
Varitek's one.
Yes, he is. Jason Varitek and that guy, Carlos Ruiz. Caught the Hamels no-hitter last July at Wrigley Field.
What do they mean by 4 separate no-hitters?
Each caught 4. Yeah, it's.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yogi Berra had 3.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing. You think about that. We mentioned it when we first posed the question. It's, I mean, to catch 1. That'd be the thrill of a lifetime.
Yeah, Roy Campanella had 3. Alan Ashby had caught 3. Charles Johnson. Remember Charles Johnson with the Marlins?
Yeah. Absolutely. Jonathan VR. At top of the order for Craig Counsell's group tonight. Domingo Santana given the night off, at least the night off from being in the lineup is available. 2 balls, 2 strikes. VR struck out in the first. And that'll stay foul. Just going back to the trivia question, one of the no-hitters, Ruiz, and remember the playoff game against the Reds. Roy Halladay back in 08.
Who could forget that?
I believe BA had the call.
Yeah, I knew the broadcaster pretty well.
Yeah.
You did too.
So when he's not calling buzzer beaters, he's calling no-hitters.
Right. And Carlos Ruiz was able to go out and get that swinging bunt and get the out at first base for the no-no.
2-2 pitch to VR. Got a no-hitter this week in baseball, Jake Arrieta. At Cincinnati in a 16-0 game. Arrieta is scheduled to start Wednesday night against the Brewers.
No, I was at a meeting, you know, the SABR guys, the baseball historians, and we were talking about, I was there today and spoke to them, and we were talking about no-hitters, and Arrieta's 16-0 no-hitter. I said that had to be a record, and 2 guys just jumped up. Nope, it wasn't. there was an 18-0 no-hitter. So that was a good group of guys to, you know, throw that out there.
They were on it, huh?
That had to be a record, and yeah, that's a perfect group to you know, try to find out.
Well, and if there was a blank, your son Billy probably fill it through too.
Yeah.
Have baseball knowledge.
Right. Knew what school he went to, what round he was, height, weight. It's impressive.
Here's what he throws. Mid-90s fastball.
I was wondering if you wanted to have him on the pregame show yesterday to talk about the Phillies. He was pretty well into it.
He was on.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing about sports. There are people who know that stuff. Don't have to Google it.
No.
They just know it.
Yeah. It's a great group of guys and ladies in Milwaukee. Had a meeting this morning and learned a lot about the history of the game of baseball in Milwaukee.
Rich history it is.
Old Borchard Field.
History with that group right there back in 1982. In the American League days. We are battling Brett Oberholzer here.
Yeah, all over the place, right? I mean, high, low, in, out.
Pitch number 13 of the at-bat to Jonathan VR. It was worth it. He draws a walk.
Yep. Oberholzer says, I give up. Hey, it's Ryan Braun bobblehead day here at Miller Park next Sunday, May 1st, as the Brewers host the Marlins. All fans get a Ryan Braun home run leader bobblehead courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Visit Brewers.com to reserve your spot at the ballpark today. Nice crowd tonight.
Yeah, it is. Good crowd. I always love those shots of the tailgaters that we have during Brewers Live. Our game opens here, and the crowd that has made its way into Miller Park.
Yep, always a good deal to be had here at the ballpark.
Oberholzer had to come in the second inning. Charlie Morton, tonight's starter, got through the first but strained a hamstring running up the first base line on a bunt attempt. Oberholzer, who started at Houston, rookie year with the Astros back in 2013, he was pretty good. The record, now remember where the Astros were, you go back 3 years ago, he was 4-5. His ERA was 2.76, and look on him was second half of the season he was as good as they had in that staff.
I made the correlation between, Oberholzer doesn't walk many guys and as a result gives up home runs. That's because hitters go up there, they know they're going to get something to hit. He doesn't throw all that hard. Every now and then he's going to make a mistake, and guys like that typically will give up home runs. Good thing about him, most of them are solo shots because they don't walk guys. Of course, he just walked VR.
Giving up 5 coming into this game tonight,
which is unusual for him. 3 of them coming in one outing.
Gave up 12 homers a couple of years ago in 143 innings. Jeanette will send this out of play.
Actually, it is usual for him. That's what we were just talking about, right? 3 home runs in one outing against the Mets.
The Mets.
Yeah.
Yep. And then gave up 1 to the Reds and 1 to the Nationals as well. There's 3 homers in 2 innings pitched. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Scooter Gennett. Runners going. Pitch is taken. It's a strike to Gennett, but VR gets second. So Gennett strikes out. 1 out, but VR with his second stolen base of the year.
Yeah, pretty good pitch by Oberholzer and able to catch that outside corner. Ruiz right on the money with it, but VR got a pretty good jump going in the first move.
So the Brewers with a runner in scoring position with 1 out in the 3rd. Astros put 3 on the board at the top of this inning, and Ryan Braun extended his hitting streak to 8 games. Single to the left in the first inning, or actually extended his streak to 6 games with that base hit.
These are the guys Ryan Braun loves to hit against. Left-handed pitching, not hard throwers. They have a difficult time getting him out.
Pretty impressive numbers here for Braun at .345 batting average. Comes in with a .381 career mark against the Phillies. There you see his splits. What Rock's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 pitch. There's a drive deep left field, and we are tied at Miller Park.
Well, if you're a left-hand and you throw that pitch here, you better have more on it than Oberholzer did on that fastball. And talk about a guy turning around a fastball. Now, Ryan Braun doesn't hit too many home runs to left field, but check this out. Middle in, Broney looking for it. You know, upper 80s with a fastball. Number 4 for Broney, and the first one he's hit the left field.
Powerball home run number 4, and he drilled it. A 3-3 game. Here's Jonathan Lucroy. Nice call, Rod.
He blistered that one, didn't he?
Yes, he did. One and one to Lucroy. RBI single for Jonathan in the first, and that gives him now an 8-game hitting streak. It was his 6th RBI. Scored Jeanette on that single. It was off of Charlie Morton. Ground ball through, and a base hit for Lucroy. He's 2 for 2. Brewers bats coming alive here in the early going.
Man, lefty out there is getting a lot of the plate and leaving it up in the zone, and Brewers are taking advantage of it. That one out over the plate, just out of the reach over there of Franco at third and into left field. So I guess what's good for the goose, good for the gander, right? A couple of cheap hits for the Phillies.
That's right.
Brewers have been able to roll a couple through the infield.
Square up on it a little bit, and a conference now at the mound here at Miller Park. And while they discuss, let's send it down the field. Check in with Sophia.
Well, Chris Carter, Craig Counsell had said, has been the anchor of their lineup, hitting behind Jonathan Lucroy in the 5th spot. He said he's just done an excellent job driving in runs and has shown his strength going opposite field. He says very few people in the major leagues have the kind of talent and quote-unquote easy power that Chris Carter has shown here early this season. He's got 10 extra base hits of his 14 on the season. 6 of those are doubles, 4 of those for home runs. So he said he still has another level in him, and Chris Carter's showing great power here early this season.
Yeah, Sophia, he really has. And let's see what he does with Oberholzer now. Lucroy, the runner at first. The Brewers have scored twice here in the 3rd to tie the game.
Yeah, Chris Carter's been a nice pickup. Talking about an RBI machine. It seems as though every time he's in a position, you know, man at third, less than 2 outs, he's either been able to get the base hit. He's got 3 sac flies, and that's what you want out of your RBI guy. I mean, you don't have to get base hits all the time. Just put the ball in play. You know, which he's been able to do most of the time in those spots.
.328 on base percentage for Carter coming into this game. Oberholzer missing with a fastball. 2-1 the count. Brewers with a run in the first and 3 here in the 3rd. Still only 1 out. A big man. Goes the other way, and that's going to fall. A base hit. Lucroy on his way to 3rd. Carter on his way to 2nd. A double. Another extra base hit for Chris Carter.
Yeah, right off the end of the bat. So the Brewers doing to the Phillies what the Phillies did earlier. The top of this inning. This one not hit very hard. A changeup, but look at the location up. That gives Carter a chance to get a bat on it. It's kind of right off the end and down the right field line, and Lucroy able to get into 3rd base. Ed Cedar thought about sending him. He was taking a look at that throw, but it was a good one.
So they have him at 2nd and 3rd. And the Brewers are going to make a change here as Kurt Neuenhuis will come out, and here comes Domingo Santana.
Not much of an off day.
No.
But a good spot to bring up Santana. 2nd and 3rd, 1 out.
Not quite a third of an off day, but we'll see the numbers for Santana.
Well, the 3-run inning for the Phillies started with a walk. And this inning started with a walk. What's that tell you?
The old line, right? Walks will haunt.
Yes, they will.
About this Brewers team and how it's improved with runners in scoring positions. Santana with good numbers in these situations. 2 balls, no strikes.
And Santana, 333 runners in scoring position, less than 2 outs. Overall, 385. Not too shabby.
Not bad at all. Three and nothing as Brett Oberholzer having a world of trouble here in the 3rd inning. 3 hits, a walk, and one of those hits, a 2-run homer from Ryan Braun. Green light, 3-0. This will carry into the seats. Brewers as a team with runners in scoring position over the last 10 games, hitting at .315. It's up about 150 points from where it was through the first 7.
Yeah. Ryan Braun's helped in that regard. He's now 8 for 13.
That's crazy numbers
Yeah,
there.
that's not bad.
Full count to Santana. Coming in for Kirk Neuenhuis here in the bottom half of the 3rd. Lucroy at 3rd, Carter the runner at 2nd. Here comes the 3-2. Game of full counts. Both sides, been a lot of them.
Carlos Torres, home plate umpire, seen the games where the pitches are ready. Oberholzer almost at 50. It's his 2nd inning of work.
This will be his 35th pitch here in the 3rd. And he'll need at least 36 to get through Santana. Remember, there's only 1 out. Nowhere to go. If it takes a while, it takes a while.
Right, as long as you win.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as you win.
Goes fast when it could be a 4+ if you win. Feels good. There's a ground ball to Freddie Galvis. This will get Lucroy in, and now they have Carter hung up. Carter in a rundown. Franco with the flip to Hernandez. He'll apply the tag. The run is in. There are 2 men out.
Yeah, not sure what Chris was thinking there. I thought he probably was thinking that Gal was just going to throw to first and he was going to take off the 3rd, but Galvis hadn't gotten rid of it. Check it out. Run's going to score. Chris Carter just takes off, and he's going to be an easy out. They get him in the rundown. So credit Santana with an RBI. Able to put the ball in play, driving the run from 3rd base.
6-5-4 to retire Carter. Santana the runner at 1st for Colin Walsh. Brewers grab the lead. A 3-run inning. Walsh with a fly ball to right in the 2nd inning. Santana has the attention of the Phillies left-hander. 26-year-old Brett Oberholzer.
Folks here at Miller Park getting their money's worth tonight.
Yes, they are.
12 hits, 7 runs, and not a full 3 innings of work.
Best news, the Brewers have the lead. Veteran Carlos Ruiz. His fingernails ready for his pitcher to catch the sign. 0-1 pitch. Foul tip into the mitt to the catcher.
Yeah, good pitch to hit. 87 miles an hour down the middle. I think Kyle would like to have that one back. Give that one another swing.
His first career hit off Irvin Santana. Walsh, target field. Runner goes, pitches a ball, and the throw to second is in time. Santana thrown out. Carlos Ruiz cuts him down, trying to swipe, but a good inning for the Brewers. 3 runs coming, 2 on this Ryan Braun homer, his 4th of the year. They've all been 2-run shots, and tonight's blast gives the home team a 1-run lead. Baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by T-Mobile. Get major league coverage. T-Mobile has doubled its 4G LTE since 2015. And by Hupy and Abraham, 1-800-800-5678. Hupy and Abraham, tell them you mean business. All right, Alex Presley moves from right to center field. Kirk Neuheis pitch hit by that man, Domingo Santana, who goes to his usual spot over in right as we move on to the top half of the 4th inning. 9-1-2 in the order. Cesar Hernandez ground out to end the 2nd inning. That's how his night began at the plate.
And now it's up to Chase Anderson to turn things around. His teammates have got him off the hook. He's actually got the lead, and it's important that he has a quick, clean inning here.
Balls, 1 strike to Hernandez. No doubt Phillies fans probably still getting used to seeing someone other than Chase Utley over there, but Hernandez, 25-year-old from Venezuela, put up some pretty good numbers last year, and he draws a walk. And once again, the Phillies get the leadoff man aboard. They have done that in each of the first 4 innings.
Man, 3 of them have been walks. Yeah, you just don't want to see that after your team has staked you to a lead and you've been struggling out there and you walk the number 9 hitter.
Fourth walk given up by Anderson here tonight. Three-run inning, both teams with 3-run innings in the third. Big blow for the Brewers, a Ryan Braun 2-run shot off of Oberholzer. Here's Odubel Herrera. He's walked twice already to give him 17 for the season. This is a game number 18 for the Phillies.
Exactly what you want out of a leadoff hitter, right? Either get a hit, draw a walk. It's all about on-base percentage and scoring runs for your leadoff hitter. On-base percentage looking pretty good.
And the Phillies putting Herrera at the top of the order in their final game of the Mets series. First time that Herrera has been at the top this year. He had leadoff a couple dozen games and changed last year for the Phillies. And another quick conference has
been a ton of those.
Yeah.
Now you walk the leadoff hitter and now you're down 2-0 to Herrera.
And there's a base hit to left. So Odubel Herrera continues to be very tough to get out. 2 walks and a single here tonight, and the first 2 are on now for the Phillies here in the 4th.
Yeah, with the tough part of the lineup coming up. Here comes Derek Johnson, 4-seam fastball and a 2-0 pitch. And Herrera lines it hard into left. A little bit of a bat flip and a little jog to first. Hey, multi-platinum pop star Andy Grammer's coming to Miller Park on Saturday, May 14th to perform a free post-game concert. That's courtesy of Pick and Save following the Brewers matchup with the Padres. Reserve your spot today at brewers.com/concerts.
Derek Johnson, the pitching coach.
And neither bullpen any activity. I think Oberholzer is going to be out there a little while, and looks as though the Brewers are going to stick with Anderson. The bullpen's been used quite a bit. He had a 6-inning start yesterday out of Zach Davies. The night before, Taylor Youngman couldn't get out of the 5th.
Yeah, the Brewers starters on average now, and it was actually helped last night by Davies going 6, a shade better than 5 innings per start for this Milwaukee rotation. Love for Anderson to eat up some innings, but that pitch count, as you see, already at 85.
Just once again, just having a difficult time commanding anything. Look at the 1st and 3rd inning, the pitch counts.
And a bunt, Galvis. Anderson trying to get the lead runner, and he does.
That's a good play by Colin Walsh, because Anderson threw a rocket over there third base, almost handcuffing him. Hey, check this out. I mean, not a very far throw, but that ball almost airmailing into the seats. That's a good reaction time for Colin Walsh. When you're that close and you throw it that hard and it's off the mark, it's very difficult to make an adjustment. But he was able to do it, able to get that glove up there, and it looks like they were able to get the out just barely. Rob Drake in perfect position to make the call.
Just a little trouble getting out of his glove, but you're right. He buzzed it over there to Walsh. One out. Runners remain at 1st and 2nd. Herrera, the runner, at 2nd. Galvis over at 1st. And Maikel Franco at the plate.
Although I will say it's a little bit easier to make the adjustment going up than it is going down.
True. Franco a single to center in the 1st, popped to short in the 3rd. A 2-homer night last night did Franco. 3 hits in the game. Another RBI opportunity here in the fourth. And there's a fly ball deep to left, and Franco has done it again. His third homer in 2 nights, and the Phillies get the lead right back.
And once again falling behind in the count. A 1-0 fastball, and we saw Franco hit one of those out in last night's game. Pretty much the same spot. And the Phillies retake the lead 6-4. And you see the pitch up out over the plate, and Franco able to wait back on it. Won a fastball, actually a changeup, and knocked it out of here way back. And taking out somebody's dinner out there.
Just can't get the rhythm.
No. 3 more RBIs for Maikel Franco.
There's Ryan Howard swinging through a fastball. 6-4 game here in the top half of the fourth. 8 hits already for the Phillies. The Brewers with 6. Howard popped to third in the first, and a single to left in the popped up in the first. A single to left in the third is Carlos Torres getting loose now for Milwaukee.
I hate to say it, it's only the 4th inning, but the Council would love to be able to get him through this inning, because pitchers due up third, bottom of the inning for Milwaukee.
Two pitch to Howard. And yet another full count. Through the first 3 starts, the most pitches Anderson has thrown was 102. That was in 6 innings in St. Louis 10 days ago. Struck him out, got him on the changeup. And there is out number 2 here in the fourth.
Yep. Second strikeout for Chase Anderson. Got Oberholzer in the 3rd inning, and now Ryan Howard on the changeup here in the 4th.
Anderson now will face Darren Ruff. He singled and walked tonight. Came in with a 136 batting average. Chase, through his first 2 starts, had covered 11 innings against the Astros and the Cardinals, did not allow an earned run. He has turned, and badly so, the last 2 outings now. Monday at Target Field, 5 innings, gave up 5 runs, 4 of which were earned. And the Phillies with 6 on the board here tonight. And in the air to right, Domingo Santana will have room. And the inning is over. But the Phillies, for the 2nd straight inning, scored 3 times. They regained the lead 6-4 over Milwaukee.
scored a lead for the Phillies over the Brewers, and in the bottom of the fourth, we check in with our minor league affiliates. For the AAA Colorado Springs Sky Sox, it was an 8-7 win over Nashville, but they did so in dramatic fashion. They scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th to win it. Hernan Perez was the hero there. He went 4 for 5, a double with the bases loaded to tie the game, and then designated hitter Manny Pena had the single for the walk-off. So Jorge Lopez was the pitcher in that one. He went 3 innings and gave up 4 runs. So a nice win for the Sky Sox, their second walk-off win this week.
Yeah, that's right, Sophia. Orlando Arcia had a walk-off in that other such win. Very highly regarded shortstop. Took 283, Orlando is so far.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it is. Driven in 9 runs.
Well, they say he's ready, for the big leagues defensively. I think that matter of him being able to make some adjustments at the AAA level, at the plate, and he certainly seems as though he's been able to do that early on.
Colin Walsh leading off the bottom of the 4th. You remember earlier in the week, Keon Broxton was sent to Colorado Springs. He'll get in some regular at bats. His on base percentage .333. He's played in 5 games. The Sky Sox.
That was a good move for Keon, I think. He just needed something to get some confidence going. It was just snowballing. I mean, he handled it well. He said all the right things. He worked hard, but just could not, break through in that hit column. And it was starting to wear on him. It had to be. Another leadoff walk.
Yeah, absolutely. As Walsh draws it. That was a big strength of his a year ago in the minor leagues.
Man, Pete Maccannon's not messing around. That's it for him.
Yeah, that's a lot of pitches. Brett Overholtzer, remember, he came in the 2nd inning when Charlie Morton strained a hamstring. So a pitching change here at Miller Park. Brewers down 2, but a leadoff walk to Colin Walsh. And McCannon goes to his bullpen as we continue. Here in the bottom of the 4th. Brewers trying to get something going, forcing a pitching change. Just caught up on that in a moment. But Brewer fans, if you can't watch the games on TV, you can now stream games live on your mobile device. Just go to your app store, download the free Fox Sports Go app, log in, and stream the Brewers wherever you go. A double switch here for the Phillies. David Lowe in the lineup now. He will play left field. And on the mound for Philadelphia is Andrew Bailey.
He got called up a few days ago by the Phillies. He's bounced around quite a bit. The A's, the Red Sox. He's been with the Yankees, and now as a Philadelphia Philly. He was actually a non-roster invite to spring training. There's his numbers last year. And that was with the Yankees.
Signed a deal and invite to spring training. The Phillies. Alex Presley at the plate. A leadoff walk from Colin Walsh. It ends the night for Brett Oberholzer. A couple of innings. Coming in for Charlie Morton.
And not overpowering. I mean, 92 to 94 with a fastball. Good curveball. 6 to 12 rotation. He's got one of those curveballs go straight down, and a changeup every now and again. I don't know how many he's going to throw.
Sixth round pick of the A's 10 years ago. Couple of really good years in relief.
Yeah, save years, 26, 25, 24 saves, and somewhat fell off the map after that.
Had some shoulder issues and cost him good chunks of 2 seasons. He's the 3rd pitcher used in All-Star in 2009 and 10. In fact, with the A's. Ball 2 strikes to Alex Presley. There's that curve that is sliced down the line without a play. Pete McCannon in part, well, exactly because of injury. Charlie Morton only an inning. Oberholzer a lot of pitches. Chase Anderson a lot of pitches. One-two to Alex Presley. Curve missing.
The bullpen should be in decent shape for the Phillies. You know, Nola went 7 innings last night. Only needed 2 relievers to get through the game.
Hector Neris, who's on a really nice scoreless streak, goes back to last year, and Denmark Gomez came in to finish a non-save situation. 2-2 pitch. Presley took a called 3rd strike in his 2nd inning. Getting his first start as a Brewer. 30-year-old. 8 games with the Astros last year. 89 for him 2 years ago. Here comes the 2-2. Got him swinging. Out number 1 here in the 4th.
Yeah, fastball pretty straight by Bailey, and you know he used to throw a lot harder than that before all the injuries caught up to him. And Presley, I think, would like to have that one back again. Yeah, right down the middle of the plate, swung right through it.
One out and 1 on. Another at bat for Chase Anderson. And a rough go for Chase, but this team needs some innings out of him. A long way to go here. Bottom of the 4th. 6-4 game. Anderson trying to move the runner up, but unable to.
He might be done on the mound, but I think Craig Counsell would just like to get him to drop down a bunt to get Walsh in scoring position. There's still activity down in that Brewers bullpen. You don't want to burn a position player. It's Carlos Torres. Yep. Just to drop down a bunt.
0-1 the count. Lays down the bunt. It's a good one. Broncos play is at first. Fernandez covering, so a good bunt as Walsh moves into scoring position.
Yep, did his job. Now the top of the order, maybe drive him in. Deadens it nicely on the end of the bat and able to execute the sacrifice.
Two men out. Colin Walsh, the runner at second. Good work by Anderson to get him into scoring position. And now VR will step in. Struck out on the first, walked in the third. Gets the shot at the top of the order with a .390 on base percentage. Picked up his second stolen base of the season back in the third inning. I say back in the third inning. That was 1 inning ago. It was a while ago, real time, but it was 1 whole inning ago.
This game's going pretty quickly if it started at 7 o'clock. Where else would you rather be?
Hey, nowhere to go.
The ballpark.
I'm all good.
Watching some baseball.
No. No complaints.
There's only been 1 clean inning in this game. That was the Brewers' half of the second inning.
A lot of pitches, a lot of full counts, and a fair amount of runs already. VR trying to add to that. 2-1 the count. So with a fastball. Mentioned a lot of pitches, a lot of full counts. This next pitch from Andrew Bailey here in the bottom of the fourth will be the 200th.
200 pitch in the game.
See if they can find a gap. Well, they're going to try a pickoff first, but Walsh gets back. Anderson alone has needed 99 to get through 4. 3-1 pitch to VR. And the count is full.
Yeah, Bailey trying to reinvent himself. I mean, when you lose, 4 or 5 miles an hour in your fastball, that's a big deal. You go from, 96, 97, and 92. You got to change your style completely.
Lifts this one down the line and left. It is deep, but foul. Good opposite field poke there from VR.
Yeah, hit that one well to the opposite field. Clearly foul, and you knew it was foul right off the bat.
A tough chance there for the catch. Andrew Bailey again will work the 3-2. Walsh the runner at second. Curve and just getting a piece is VR. Here it comes again. There's a liner caught by Freddie Galvis. And the inning is over. Brewers leave a man in scoring position. Through 4, 6-4 Philadelphia.
Very special guest at batting practice today this afternoon at Miller Park. 11-year-old Haley Hand, her mom Karen, and friends on hand for batting practice. Haley has been battling leukemia for the past 2 years. The Brewers are her favorite team, and so this was her first time back at Miller Park since being diagnosed. She was a guest of Larry Heisel and Brewers Community Foundation, and while she's being treated for leukemia, she's made the time to make blue and gold rubber band bracelets for each member of the team. So she got to spend time with the players, the coaches. Definitely a highlight for her to be here, and certainly it was great to see the smiles that she brought for all the guys with the gifts that she had for them.
Now that is terrific, Sophia. And Scooter Gennett, you can see it on that left wrist wearing the bracelet. That's terrific.
That's good stuff. You know, Larry Heisel does a great job, manager of youth outreach, you know, for the Brewers. Cecilia Gore, you know, the Brewers Community Foundation. A lot of good work in the community. Good to see a young lady come out and have a good time here at the ballpark.
In the top of the 5th now as Carlos Torres will pitch, and Carlos Torres will call balls and strikes too. Continue.
Kind of a conflict of interest, isn't it?
I think so. I think everything's a strike. There's the umpire, Carlos Torres.
I don't think he thinks it's funny.
No. Looks a little angry.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Carlos Ruiz at the plate, 1-2.
Yeah, Carlos Torres pitched on Thursday against these Twins here at Miller Park. A couple of hits, a run in an inning of work. Signed as a free agent on April 2nd, right before the beginning of the season.
Both teams into the bullpens as Ruiz goes down swinging. Good start for Carlos Torres here in the 5th.
And first time the Brewers have been able to retire the leadoff hitter. There's a good start. Yeah, here's the fastball. Hit it up in the zone, and Carlos Ruiz not able to get a piece of it. Makes the job a lot easier when you're able to retire that leadoff man.
Yeah, the first 4 innings they all reached. 3 were via the walk. A good start for Carlos as Tyler Goodell. See what he's done. He came into the game 1 for 16. Quickly 0-2. Chase Anderson, 4 innings, 8 hits, gives up 6 runs. Now let's see if this bullpen can settle things. Bats have been showing some life. Ryan Braun, a 2-run homer tonight. That is strike 3 call. Back-to-back punch-outs for Carlos Torres here in the 5th.
Looked like he had a little wrinkle as he got to home plate, maybe a cutter. They caught him looking. There it is, right there, right at the end, and able to catch the upper part of the strike zone. Carlos Torres, that's close enough.
Two men out, David Lowe. Wave and a miss. So far, so good for the pitcher, Carlos Torres. Last 3 years with the Mets. Let's see what Lowe has done.
Not a bad start. Got a start last night out in right field.
Some opportunities to be had with this Philadelphia club, much like how these young Brewer players look at it. So Lowe is 30 years old. Signed a free agent deal in January. Originally a Royals draft pick in 07. Got into the big leagues 5 years later. 84 games with the Orioles last season. 1-2 pitch. Nice catch. And a nice touch.
They gave it away. There you go. Wife and girls.
Yeah, there you go.
I assume.
I hope. Carlos Torres strikes out the side. How about that? Good work from the Brewers reliever. Gets punch-outs of Ruiz, Goodell, and David Lowe. And we move to the bottom of the 5th with the Phillies leading the Brewers 6-4. Major League Baseball's global reach seems to be greater than ever. For now, Cuba remains one country that's outside its reach. Watch our special documentary, Cuba, Baseball's Final Frontier, coming up tomorrow after Brewers Live postgame, right here on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Forward to watching that tomorrow. Scooter Gennett leading off the home half of the 5th. Carlos Torres strikes out the side in the top half. Let's see what the Brewers can do against Andrew Bailey. 2, 3, and 4 hitters, Jeanette, Braun, and Lucroy. One pitch to Jeanette, and there's a line drive into right field to the corner and up and over the fence. Ground rule double for Scooter Gennett, and that's how the bottom of the 5th begins.
Yep, able to get a good swing of that curveball from Bailey. He's been leaving that pitch up a lot. I mean, he did last inning and continues to do it here in the 5th. Check it out. Just kind of rolls up there. Doesn't do much. And Scooter Gennett able to get a good piece of it and rip it down the line. So a good start to the 5th for the Crew.
Oh, Yadiel Rivera liking it. Come the Brewers, and here's Ryan Braun. 2 hits for Braun already tonight. And the last one was a big fly.
The fastball's down the middle to Ryan Braun in the upper 80s isn't going to get the job done for you. And Bailey only hitting 90, 91, maybe 92 from time to time. That's that curveball. That one backed up, caught the inside corner. He has not been able to get that pitch down in the strike zone, not once.
Braun with 19 career homers against the Phillies. With that 19th tonight in the 3rd, singled to left in the 1st. A 1-1. Let's take a look at Braun's last at bat. He turned on it from Brett Olderholzer.
Yeah, 1-0 pitch, fastball, nothing on it, and Braun able to turn on it and hit it hard out of here.
One-two. Bounce that curve up there, but Jeanette will hold. Ruiz keeps it in front of him.
Yeah, don't take any chances with nobody out. Still as good as it gets defensively. Carlos Ruiz, you see two pretty good defensive catchers in this game tonight. There's the other.
How to block pitches, how to work with pitchers. Obviously, Ruiz, the numbers at throwing out runners dropped quite a bit last year, but he can, at his best, he could do that. 2-2 to Braun. And this is a nice stop by Franco. Can he get it from his seat? Wow.
Oh, man. It's not that easy.
My goodness.
Yeah, that's something else right there. That's a heck of a play at third base. We talk about his glove or his arm. But check this out. From the seat of his pants, a perfect throw to first to take away a base hit. Got to have a pretty good arm to do that. And gets Braun by a step. That's a big league play at third base. You're going to see that one again a few times tonight.
You're right. It's not supposed to be that easy.
No, I mean, that's a pretty good throwing arm. And he's smiling. He's got a little smile on his face. You know what? That was a good play.
Can't blame him.
Yeah.
Here's Jonathan Lucroy. At the plate, presented by Blaze Pizza. Lucroy. RBI single in the first. Singled and scored in the third.
Average over 300 for Luke.
8-game hitting streak. Average up to 311. Had hits in each of his first 7 games here this season. Now has an 8-game run going.
And hitting right-handers a lot better than left-handers so far this year. He's hitting right-handers at a 370 clip.
It's another opportunity here against Andrew Bailey. 2 strikes and nothing to Lucroy. Jeanette to lead off double, and then Braun grounds to Franco, who made a terrific play from the seat of his pants, throwing out Braun at first. Hernandez, the second baseman, creeping over toward the bag, keeping Jeanette close.
A lot of room over there between first and second. Now they kind of move away a little bit because Lucroy likes to use that area between first and second on the ground a lot. And you get Braun, you get Lucroy back to back in the batting order, and you know teams don't really overshift on those two guys because they're so good at using the whole field. That opens up a lot of holes for you.
Now holding a ball and 2 strikes. It was 7 hits to go with their 4 runs. The Phillies with 8 hits. Errorless baseball both ways so far. Again, the 1-2. This with a curve. 2-2. Curve, slap to third. Franco again. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's pretty good over there. He's had 2 opportunities in this inning and been able to make the plays both times. Brewers need to hit the baseball about a foot further over into the hole, and they got a couple of hits and a run in. And Franco able to make the play on Lucroy. Same play. This time he's able to stay on his feet.
Impressive.
Yeah. It's a pretty athletic infield for these Philadelphia Phillies. He's only got 1 error.
Franco tonight also with a 3-run homer. 2 deep last night. Here's Chris Carter down a strike. Trying to pick up Scooter Gennett, who started this inning with a double to right. Carter down 0-2. Breaking ball in there. Strikeout and a double for Carter. Stays in there. Phillies getting their runs in the 3rd and 4th innings. There are 3-run innings. The Brewers a run in the 1st and 3 in the 3rd.
Yeah, Carter doubled to right field down the right field line. You know, kind of beating that shift. You can see where they're set up in the infield. He got Galvis way over in the hole. Second baseman Hernandez right up the middle. Dumped one down the right field line off the end of the bat last time up.
Bailey with the 2-strike pitch. He'll waste one away. Top of the 7th in Cincinnati. The Reds are putting some runs up finally against the Cubs. 9-4. The Reds leading. John Lackey with a rough outing. 5 2/3. Gave up 6.
Good rotation over there. Jason Hamill, Lackey. We already talked a lot about Arrieta and John Lester. Brewers are going to be facing both of the big boys next week.
Yes, they will. That's how it looks for the probables on Wednesday and Thursday. Kyle Hendricks will work Tuesday night. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Carter. Curve missed.
And it did, off the outside corner.
A full count. Andrew Bailey. 3rd pitcher tonight for Philadelphia. Charlie Morton went just 1. Hamstring strain forced him out. And a walk to Carter. Brewers have runners at 1st and 2nd. Cannon, it's like Craig Counsell, just trying to find someone who can get him some outs. Out of the inning, Carlos Torres for the Brewers pitched a 1-2-3 5th. 2nd inning here for Bailey. Got through the 1st inning okay, which was the 4th, a walk, but that was it. Here's Domingo Santana.
The 2nd time he's been up with a man in scoring position tonight. Was able to drive one in last time.
And he drops one foul here down the first base line. Santana did not start. Came in for Kirk Neuenhuis in the 3rd inning. Brewers with a threat. Gennett a leadoff double. And 2 terrific plays by Maikel Franco Take away hits from Braun and Lucroy, and then Chris Carter drawing a walk. Bailey continuing the trend here as all of these pitchers save Torres, at least through the top of the 5th, but they all need pitches here. This is the 39th pitch. This is the 2nd inning Bailey has worked. Oh, 0-2 to Santana. Phillies pitching has given up 3 walks while striking out 7. The 1-2. Brewers team continues to make opposing pitchers work.
Don't make it easy on them, do they?
No, they don't.
Make them throw strikes. Not always getting base hits, driving in runs, but you know, shortens their outing a little bit.
See if Santana can get one that he likes. Two. And another full count.
Man, a lot of the pitches these guys are taking aren't missing by much. That last one didn't miss that corner by a whole lot. Might not even have missed the corner.
Santana, a couple of homers, 9 RBIs this season. Runners on the move. Santana strikes out swinging, and that'll do it in the 5th. The Brewers strand 2, and we are through 5 at 6-4 Philadelphia.
Brings us to tonight's Tavern of the Game winner, Mr. G's Saloon in Marshfield. They call the Brewers by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They get 40 tickets to a Friday night game in the Miller Lite Beer Pen. This offered courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite. Miller Brewing Company had a lot of the distributors from around the state, you know, down at the Milwaukee Theater today. Me and or David Stearns and I. Nice.
A nice play is trying to work his way on with Cesar Hernandez, and Colin Walsh not having it. Out number 1.
Don't you hate it when the game gets in the way of a good story?
No, I was ready for the story there.
Yeah. That's a heck of a play. Check this out. I mean, Carlos Torres getting out of the way, and Colin Walsh making a big league play over at third base. Barehand pickup, good throw, right on the money. And once again, the Brewers able to retire the leadoff hitter. But anyway, David Stearns and I went down to the Milwaukee Theater, addressed 600 Miller Coors distributors.
Wow.
Had a good time with them. Want to thank our friend Jim Wright for inviting us down there, having a great time. And where would we be without the Miller Coors Company here in Milwaukee?
Boy, that's not kidding. It's a good crowd. I'm sure a lot of good conversation, good questions.
Yeah, David's a pro. I mean, he handled a lot of the questions, and nothing you can't ask David Stearns that he can't give you a solid answer for.
Yeah, very, very approachable.
Yeah, it's just a kind of a Q&A thing, and had a good time down there.
Odubel Herrera. Brewers trying to get him out for the first time. You see the 1-for-1. He's walked twice. Scored a couple of runs. Carlos Torres struck out the side in the 5th inning. Cesar Hernandez trying to bunt his way on here to start the 6th. Good play by Walsh to retire him. There's a liner, and that's through and into center field. Herrera, his 2nd hit of the night, but he has reached in all 4 plate appearances.
Man, just wants to put the bat on the baseball. He's made some good solid contact in this series. I guess that's an understatement. That was a pretty good cut fastball going down, maybe slider, and he's able to drop the head of the bat and just out of the reach of VR at short. That's a good approach up there at the plate.
See why Pete Mackanin has put Herrera at the top of the batting order. Here's Freddie Galvis.
Yeah, Brewers able to handle him pretty well last night. Only 1 for 5. He did get a base hit, scored a run, Herrera, but on base all 4 times tonight.
Herrera's running. Pitch is taking a ball, and the throw down to second, not in time. Odubel Herrera with his 2nd stolen base here tonight and his 4th of the year.
Yeah, he's something else tonight. I mean, I think Lucroy's throw a little bit off the mark, try to make up for a pretty good jump. He runs pretty well. Now looks in to see where the baseball is, and once again, a perfect throw might get him, but how often are you able to make a perfect throw?
Swing and a miss from Galvis. Well, the Phillies not letting the Brewers' ability to throw out base runners affect them from trying, and Herrera good on both of his attempts here tonight. 2-1 pitch. Huge here for Torres to get through this inning and give Craig Counsell some quality innings out of the bullpen here. Chase Anderson went just 4. The 2-2.
And at some point, the starting rotation is going to have to start eating up more innings. We've been talking about it, but at what point do you just keep taxing your bullpen? It's been becoming an issue for Counsell, and you got to figure out ways to get through games. And even with a lead, you got to figure out a way to get to 6 innings. Then you go to your Blazek, you got your Thornburg and Jefferson. But you got to be able to get 6 innings out of your starters at least.
Yeah, here's what we're talking about here: the quality starts, and I don't know why the Cubs are off to the start they are. Well, that has a lot to do with it. And the Brewers, the other end, just 4 here, and Jimmy Nelson with 3 of those.
Yep.
Nelson's scheduled to work Tuesday at Wrigley Field, Tuesday night in that series opener with the Cubs. And Galvis a swing and a foul tip that Lucroy hangs on to. And there's the second out of the inning.
Yeah, good fastball by Torres coming in on his hands, just not able to get the bat head out. There it is, that cut fastball. Looks like it was pretty straight, but Galvis way behind it, foul tipped it.
Two outs. Herrera the runner at second. And now Torres will work to Maikel Franco. 2 for 3 tonight, including a 3-run homer in the 4th. Franco homered twice last night. He has 5 long balls on the year. Came in the previous 7 games before this series, 3 for his last 29. He was snapped out of it the last couple of games. And that's a home run cut. But he gets nothing. 1-1. Here's Herrera. He singled and stole second. Torres looking to keep his team within 2. The 1-1 to Franco.
That might be a way to attack this guy right now. Try to get him on the outside corner. It seems like all the damage he's done has been middle in. Let's see if we can hit that pitch away.
He's trying, and he went.
It just looks like he's kind of reaching out, trying to pull everything, hooking everything. That outside corner might be wide open for the Brewers pitching staff. Tried to check it, couldn't.
There was talk after the game last night that they wanted to get Franco to try to pull the ball. Let's see if Torres can continue to work him away. 2-2 pitch coming. Missed away.
What you want him to do is try and pull a ball that's away. You don't want him pulling pitches that are middle in.
Yep.
That's the problem. You make mistakes. To a guy that likes to pull the baseball, you get hurt.
The 3-2, and that's a base hit to center. Herrera flying around third. He will score, and Maikel Franco continues his terrific last couple of ball games. 4th RBI of the night.
Maybe not. It was on the corner, but it was up. He's just hitting everything right now, beating the shift, banging that one into center field, and a big 2-out RBI. Cut fastball up in the zone, outer half, wasn't exactly on the corner. Goes right with it and drives in yet another run. He's having a huge series.
He drove in 3 last night. Franco with 4 RBIs tonight. Phillies lead by 3, and here's Ryan Howard. He's driven in a run tonight. He is 1 for 3. He's also scored a run.
I guess it's a difficult question to answer. You get a guy red hot like that, like Franco, and you have first base open. You be careful with it, but then you got Ryan Howard to deal with. He's no walking the beach.
Even though the average is low, that power still has some.
It's not like you can just give him four pitches and walk him, and then you have to stare this guy down.
A ball, a strike.
But you can't tie him up on pitches hard in on his hands these days. Didn't used to be that way.
Each of the last 2 years, Howard has homered 23 times, and this has popped up. Villar will call for it. And the inning is over. Phillies pick up another run, though. They have 10 hits so far tonight. They lead the Brewers 7-4.
We're in the bottom of the sixth. The Phillies have a 3-run lead over the Brewers, and every home game, the Brewers Community Foundation will host a 50-50 raffle here at Miller Park. One lucky fan will win big, plus charitable organizations that focus on health, education, recreation, and basic needs will receive needed support for their quality programs. Tickets are just $2 a piece, so be sure to look for the 50-50 sellers in bright orange t-shirts and join in the fundraising.
All right, Sophia, thank you very much. Move to the bottom of the sixth here at Miller Park. And Andres Blanco now in the game. He's in at first for the Phillies and for Ryan Howard. New pitcher as well gets caught up as Colin Walsh will lead things off. David Hernandez now in the game for Philadelphia.
He's having a rough time of it as well. And ninth appearance, earned run average over 7. Might have a big earned run average, but he strikes out a lot of batters.
Came over from the Arizona Diamondbacks to Hernandez. Signed a free agent deal. Began his big league career with the Orioles a couple of years, 09, 2010. Traded to the Diamondbacks. Mark Reynolds, former Brewer, was involved in that trade.
Yeah, Hernandez with 11 strikeouts in 6 and a third innings.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Colin Walsh. And speaking of strikeouts, there's one for Hernandez to start his night.
Yeah, racking him up, but he's got that big earned run average.
Oh, 1 out in the 6th. As you look at David Hernandez, and looking in the booth to your left there is Ben Davis, color analyst for Phillies television, and we show him because his nephew is a pretty promising quarterback for the Wisconsin Badgers, Alex Hornibrook, a redshirt freshman. The Badgers had their spring football game earlier today at Camp Randall, and I was talking to Ben before the game saying, hey man, I want to tell you what you already know. They kind of like your nephew. Yeah, he had a good day. Alex and Bart Houston are the quarterbacks who are competing against one another, but that is Uncle Ben. Had a 7-year big league career. He's from the Philadelphia area, did not play for the Phillies, but working with Tom McCarthy on Phillies TV. It was nice talking with Ben and telling him that, you know, people who follow Badger football, they're pretty excited about your nephew. How much he plays this year remains to be seen, but his future appears to be quite bright.
Lefty, right?
Yes,
Lefty
he is.
quarterback.
Left-hander and throws a real pretty ball.
Nice.
Had a pretty good day today. Had a chance to catch a little bit of the spring game.
Double duty today for you.
And it was just catch a little bit. Not a whole lot of great detail from you there. But I know Alex had a good day. There's Alex Presley popping out to Maikel Franco. And there are 2 men out. So Ben Davis was a second overall draft pick back in '95. Pretty good ball player in his own right.
Yeah.
7-year career in the big leagues. Ramon Flores now on to pinch hit here in inning number 6. 2 outs and the base is empty.
Had a nice little reunion today down on the field with Bob McClure. I caught Bobby McClure with the Brewers. We were actually together with the Angels and the Brewers. 2 different teams. And Rick Kranitz. Everybody saying hello to Rick. He's the bullpen coach here in Philly.
There he is, Rick, on your left there. And it's time here in Milwaukee.
Kranitz is the one with the glasses and gray hair.
Yeah. In case you were wondering. Boy, he's got some good young starting pitchers.
Yeah, not pretty good. Some good arms in that bullpen too.
Yeah, he does. Hector Neris on a McClure, the pitching coach, with Kranitz in the bullpen. But Hector Neris had a good run of scoreless innings out of the pen. As Flores will pop out the Franco, and the Brewers are retired in order. We're through 6, with the Phillies leading 7-4.
Phillies up 7-4, and DNR days are back at Miller Park this season through the special ticket package. You get a ticket to one of 6 select Brewers games plus a camouflage Brewers cooler, all for just $20. For details, go to brewers.com/DNR.
New pitcher here for the Brewers. We move to the 7th inning is Michael Blazek now on for Milwaukee.
Well, you hate to bring in your back end winning scenario relievers when you're down by 3, but that's kind of where the Brewers are. They've been using their bullpen quite a bit. Boyer's been used a lot. Capuano's been used a lot. So here comes Michael Blazek. Last pitched on Tuesday. Probably could use some work. It's been a while for Michael. A scoreless inning and 2/3 at Minnesota. Stranded a couple of inherited base runners. And thank goodness for the roof.
Telling you.
A little chilly out there today.
Yeah, it was. They opened it up after the game last night, and in the day today, let the sun shine on it. But yeah, we're getting about batting practice time here for the home team. It's about time to button things up.
We're getting spoiled, aren't we?
We are.
And back in the old days, that would have been a nice balmy day for BP. County Stadium. You have to wear a light jacket, all of a sudden close the roof. And they did.
But the word is tomorrow, we might have that bad boy open. We're looking around 70 degrees, right around there, upper 60s.
And if they do, it might be one of the earliest dates that they've ever opened the roof for a game. Are you putting a bug in their ear to maybe open it up? Is it supposed to rain? Is it supposed to rain at all?
I don't think so. I think only a slight chance. I think we'll get through the game tomorrow fine. I think Monday, that's the bigger threat. But I think tomorrow we're good.
Why not? Rain on the off day.
Absolutely. That'll get you out of cutting the grass if you do that. If you have somebody handle that. Get you out of that.
I make sure it gets taken care of.
That's my story too.
Supervise.
Yeah.
Missed a spot.
Blazik 0-2 on Andres Blanco. Puts a bat on the ball and keeps himself alive. Last year hit .292. One of those dependable players that Buchanan can turn to. Plays second, plays third, short if needed. 0-2 pitch. And he went. Yes, sir. That is out number one here in the seventh.
And a good breaking ball from Michael Blazik, keeping it down in the zone with 2 strikes. Slider. Terrific job by Lucroy to block it.
One out here in the seventh for Carlos Ruiz. Single to right in the third for him. Also a fly ball to right and a strikeout. Big innings for the Phillies, the third and the fourth, scoring 3 runs in each. Added 1 in the 6th off of Carlos Torres, who went a couple of innings.
Yeah, third inning, they just kind of singled the Brewers to death with a bunch of, off the end, down on the handle shots that found their way in the outfield. But the fourth inning, that big 3-run home run by Franco.
2-1 the count to Ruiz.
You get Blazik here in the 7th. You're probably going to see Thornburg. He hasn't pitched since Tuesday. And Jeremy Jeffress might need an inning.
After the Brewers rally, bring him in there, let him save it.
There you go.
That's the plan. Two balls, 2 strikes to Carlos Ruiz. Back up the middle. Jeanette unable to handle the backhand attempt.
That brought the glove up a little bit too soon and not able to hold it. Let's see how they rule that one. You see Jeanette with a big shift. Thinking about the long throw. Guaranteed. He's trying to get in position. Never got a piece of it. Hit his foot.
One out, one on. Still determining if that's a hit or an error, but a base runner nonetheless for Tyler Goodell. And they will rule that an error on Scooter Jeanette.
And you can understand why. I mean, it would have been a long throw, and Scooter Jeanette thinking about the throw before he had the ball in his glove. That's why he brought it up, trying to be quick, even though Ruiz, the catcher, was running. The official scorer feeling as though if Scooter kept the ball in his glove, he would have been able to throw him out.
Goodell, a couple of singles and a strikeout. Breaking ball in there, and 2 strikes and nothing. Blazik dropping a curveball. Blazik, the winning pitcher in Craig Counsell's managerial debut. He has a win this season. That was in St. Louis 10 days ago. The 1-2. Ruiz, the runner at first. Blazik ready to bring the 2-2. Got him swinging.
Good slider. And back-to-back sliders. Goodell took the first one, but not able to lay off this one because this one was over the heart of the plate. You get the plate, it doesn't have to be in the strike zone. They might chase over the plate, but down. Good pitch. That's the slider they're trying to get Willie Peralta to master. That location right there.
See Willie tomorrow in the series wrap-up. David Lowe. We'll take a look at one for strike one. Curveball dropped in there. 7 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Phillies. 4-7-1 for the Brewers. Phillies have stranded 6. And that will get away from Lucroy, and moving on to second will be Ruiz. It'll be a wild pitch.
Yeah, but one of Lucroy, I'll tell you, probably should have been able to block. You know, it's one of those breaking pitches. They kind of interesting, when they break really close to you, it's kind of difficult to really square yourself up, and sometimes they hit and kind of carry them off to the side. Almost better to have them bounce a little bit too far than not far enough.
Lowe struck out swinging his first trip tonight. And that one got him. Maybe on the forearm. And the Phillies now with runners at first and second with 2 out.
That fastball that just got away from him. That doesn't feel good. That hit hard. That's going to leave a mark.
Sure will.
Puffs up quickly, doesn't it?
It does. There's Cesar Hernandez. Takes a curve away. Phillies tonight as a team are 5 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Hernandez 0 for 2 with a walk. And a couple of curveballs outside the zone for Blazik. Phillies have scored in 3 of the last 4 innings and are threatening here. Now it's 3-0. Need to get Hernandez because Herrera is on deck and the Brewers have yet to retire him.
So you figure Blazer's going to give this guy something to hit. Don't want to have to deal with Herrera with the bases loaded.
There he is, Herrera, 2 walks, 2 singles, and 3 runs scored. Blazek with the 3-1.
Nope.
Well, the bases are loaded. This is the 5th walk given up by, make that 6th walk given up by Brewers pitching. 4 from Anderson, and now 2 for Blazek. So the bases are loaded for Odubel Herrera. 4 plate appearances, reached all 4 times. A walk in the 1st as well as the 3rd, singles in the 4th and the 6th, and a couple of stolen bases.
And he's been right on everything. I mean, pitches that are away, in on him, up and down. Slapped a slider out of the reach of VR his last time up when a pitcher was actually in on him. So it's tough to figure where he's going to hit it.
He takes a strike on a breaking ball. Huge moment right here. Phillies with a chance to break this one open. Here's the 0-1. And Blazek in front, 2 strikes. Brewers will have the top of the order in the bottom half of this inning.
So it's going to be Hernandez again. Nothing doing in that Phillies pen.
Hernandez retired the Brewers in order in the 6th. Two-strike pitch. Lifted in the air to left. Ryan Braun is there, and Blazek finds his way out of trouble. The Phillies leave him loaded. 7th inning stretch. 7-4 Philadelphia. Milwaukee Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. And by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. We'll see Braun hitting 3rd in this inning. He's facing a reliever who 5 days ago gave up multiple homers for the first time in his career. It's the Mets, David Hernandez, but he'll first face VR, then Jeanette. 7-4 game here at Miller Park. Michael Blazek able to get out of a bases loaded jam.
Yeah, really good curveball to get a red hot Herrera. Good curveball down. Just kind of served it out there to left field, finally getting him out.
First time the Brewers got him out tonight. After a couple of walks, a couple of singles. Villar 0 for 2 with a third inning walk, trying to bunt his way on, and a dive, and this time not even Franco can make the play. He's made a couple of very impressive plays on ground balls here tonight.
And both of them in the same inning. Back-to-back hitters. Got Braun and Lucroy. Just came up a little bit short.
A ball, 2 strikes to the Brewers shortstop. Second inning of work for Hernandez. Charlie Morton started, went just an inning, had to leave because of a strained hamstring. Brett Oberholzer, Andrew Bailey, and now Hernandez. Put him down in order in the 6th. Did the right-handed reliever. One-two pitch coming. There's a fly ball to right field. And Goodell is there, and he puts it away for the first out. Big inning so far for the Brewers has been the third. They did score a run in the first, but put 3 on the board in the 4th, or excuse me, the 3rd inning. Scooter Gennett having a nice night. A single, a double, took a called 3rd strike in the 3rd. That's average up to 268 with an on-base percentage of 379.
They've been very consistent this year. He really hasn't had one of those games where he's fallen back into swinging out of the strike zone. Very disciplined up there at the plate, swinging at strikes for the most part. It's paid off for him.
Hernandez out in front, a ball, 2 strikes. Get him on and give Braun and Lucroy a chance. You have Carter following. That heart of the order here for Milwaukee. 2-strike pitch. In our vicinity, but safely away.
Over by the Phillies guys.
Right. Better there than here.
Right.
Two strikes and nothing to Gennett. Living tough. Hey, remember Hernandez, he appeared in 4 games for the Diamondbacks in that divisional series against the Brewers in 2011. Series the Brewers won in dramatic fashion.
Yes, it was. Understatement. Nyjer Morgan driving in Gomez off of J.J. Poots.
Gennett goes down swinging. 2 men out here in the 7th.
What was it? J.J. Putz.
J.J. Putz.
I know.
Something like that. JJ.
One of those nights.
The name to remember there is Nyjer.
Right.
Tony coming around.
Tony Plush.
Yeah. Whereas I think Braun called him Tony Clutch.
Right.
After that. And one of those moments as a Brewers fan, you will always remember where you were when. Hopefully you were here.
Where were you?
Park. I was watching at home. It was don't know if I was playing hooky from a football practice or maybe there was a bye week or
Yeah.
whatever, but I was busy, quote unquote. I
Yeah.
was busy watching the Brewers beat the Diamondbacks.
Right.
So it's kind of moments that, you know, in the middle of winter when it's, you know, 10 below or whatever, you just you dial up that video of that moment. Or I think of Ryan Braun hitting that homer in the final day of the regular season against the Cubs in 08.
That whole last week,
yeah,
was incredible.
Braun with a shot to left field and a base hit. Third hit of the night for Ryan Braun.
Could have been 4 had it not been for Franco robbing him his last time up. Well, that's not going to get it done. You're not going to get Robin, or I should say Ryan Braun. Yeah, I'm thinking of Robin Yount. That's the kind of way Robin Yount used to swing the bat. Hanging breaking ball, and he just all over it.
Boy, Ryan Braun having himself a month of April. He extends this inning for Jonathan Lucroy, who has a couple of hits tonight. A run batted in, that was in the first. We'll talk about those moments. That's what this franchise is trying to get back to.
Yeah.
Turned over the 40-man roster. All kinds of new faces.
And some players to deal that probably weren't going to be in the plans going forward. Got some young kids, and they're going to be here soon. And I'm sure it's not going to be that long before the Brewers are going to be back at that 2011 level.
We have exciting prospects. And has this organization ranked in the top 10, minimum top 10, higher in some, the opinion of some, who study such things and don't have a dog in the fight. They just look at who you got and say that's a pretty good group. Craig Counsell in the meantime doing what he can every day, every night, put together a lineup that gives his team the best chance to win. It's a grinder tonight, but the Brewers with a chance to get a little something going. Ryan Braun, a 2-out single, a 1-1 count to Jonathan Lucroy.
And Luke figure out a way to get on and let the big fella hit one out of here.
And a ball, 2 strikes to Lucroy. Remember, Hernandez gave up a couple of homers coming out of the bullpen against the Mets. So if Luke can reach, it gives big Chris Carter a chance. The 1-2. Lucroy shoots this one out of play. Lucroy up to a .306 average. 2 hits tonight, and he too could say he could have another one, but good play by Franco over at third.
They were starting to make more consistent, solid contact. I think he might not feel as though he's right where he wants to be, but it's coming. Not too far off.
Lucroy goes down swinging here, and Hernandez gets his second strikeout of the inning, his 3rd and 2. 7-4 Philadelphia. Here's our game summary. Charlie Morton, tonight's starter for the Phillies, pitched just 1 inning and then strained his hamstring trying to run up the line on a bunt. And then the Phillies put together a 3-run third, and it's not like they were scalding the ball all over Miller Park. As you see, a little bloop, a squib, another bloop just over the head of Scooter Gennett. The Phillies jumped out to a 3-1 lead, but then Ryan Braun, his 4th long ball of the year. That off Brett Oberholzer, but Maikel Franco having himself a series. He homered twice last night. He goes deep tonight. That was a 3-run bomb in the 4th. That gets us now to the top of the 8th. 7-4 Philadelphia as Tyler Thornburg now in for the Crew.
Yeah, once again, Thornburg a 426 earned run average, and he's had a couple of rough outings. 3 innings in an inning and a third on Tuesday against the Twins. Allowed his first runs of the season. Actually, not a couple, just one.
He's facing Freddie Galvis. Top of the 8th. Fastball missing, 2-1. Galvis, Franco, and then a pinch hitter, probably. David Hernandez has worked 2 innings. Two-two pitch.
Yeah, Pete Mackanin was able to figure out a way to get through 7 innings. Now he's got the back end of the bullpen that we saw last night. Those guys were pretty good in the Phillies win last night.
Hector Neris and Tenmar Gomez. That's fouled back. Bunt single in the 4th for Galvis tonight. Scored a run. He struck out, flat out, and popped out. He's making Thornburg work here to lead off the top half of the 8th inning. Three-two pitch. Another lengthy at bat. Been a lot of them.
There's been a lot of lengthy at bats on both sides. You know, deep counts and a lot of foul balls. And rough night to be a pitcher.
And ball 4. Get an update. We're talking about this Brewers bullpen. Let's get an update on someone you figured would be a real key at the back end of this pen, Will Smith. And check in with Sophia, see what she has on Will Smith.
That's right, Matt. Today was a pretty significant day for Will Smith as he recovers from that LCL sprain in his right knee. He was able to play catch for the first time on the field today. Again, he was among the Brewers that was evaluated by team doctor, Dr. William Rosh. And so Smith told me it went pretty well. He's just working on, planting and pushing off on that leg. Feels that he's at the end of the healing process, and now they'll increase the strengthening work. So he'll play more catch, do more balance work, and it's been just over 4 weeks since he suffered the injury. The original timeline was for it to wait 6 weeks and kind of reevaluate how he was feeling and the condition of that knee.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, see if you can rehab it. Maybe you can get a partial season out of him this year, because if it doesn't work out, you're going to have surgery. Won't be ready for spring training anyway. So good progress for Will Smith. It would be nice to get him back in that bullpen. Corey Knebel, get him back.
Yeah, 2 very significant pieces. You figured going in you'd have that Smith-Jeffress combo, although Jeremy Jeffress has been very good as the closer. He's 5 for 5, as a matter of fact.
Well, he just had 2 big pieces to a bullpen that has been pretty good so far.
Been good and called upon early and often in games.
Yeah, they've been worked a lot already.
3-1 the count to Franco. This is hit in the air, right field. Santana will call for it. Out number 1.
That came back from 3-0 to get him. He jammed him on the inside part of the plate. Franco hasn't missed too many of those pitches inside. Of course, Thornburg gets it up there about 95, a little bit different.
Franco retired, and that's been anything but easy. 3 for 5 tonight. He's the Phillies' third baseman and turning in good work again with the glove. Emmanuel Burris now on to pinch hit. '31-year-old utility infielder for the Phillies. Was with the Nationals last year. Free agent signee back in November with the Phillies. 5 seasons with the Giants. Originally drafted by that club back in 2006. Want to know the count. Talked about a lot of pitches being needed. That was the case for Chase Anderson tonight. I mentioned Charlie Morton only went 1 inning, but Brett Oberholzer.
It's kind of the way, yeah, that's kind of the way Morton's career is going, huh? I mean, a lot of injuries, just has not been able to stay on the mound enough to really make an impact.
That was the big storyline in his 7 years with the Pirates. His peak of 27, 28 starts. Shoulder issues. He had a hamstring issue a few years back and strained it, they say, just running up the line. It looked awkward, looked like that leg buckled on him a little bit. Tommy John surgery 4 years ago did Morton. So the frustrating storyline of his career,
yeah, continues.
Yeah,
right. And he was off to a good start.
And on a staff where there's a lot of young pitchers. We saw Aaron Nola last night. Jared Eichhoff, good young pitcher for the Phillies. See him tomorrow. A guy like Morton could give you a little veteran presence. Burris goes down swinging. Speaking of tomorrow, here's Miller Lite's What's on Tap. We'll see. Eichhoff. There's a terrific curveball. Never mind the record. Look at the ERA. It's really good. Willie Peralta. That's. Let's talk about storylines, and that's the continuing line with Willie to see if he can continue to lower that ERA. 5+ in his last outing up at Target Field Tuesday afternoon. Our coverage starts 12:30 right here on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
Yeah, much better for Willie. You know, 5 innings, 2 earned runs. And, you know, he's got to forget about that earned run average. That'll take care of itself. But, you know, much better on Tuesday against the Twins at Target Field. And just got to start getting that confidence back. Get that slider, better location. Just get that swagger back that he had a couple of years ago.
One start was a good one against the Phillies last season. Andres Blanco.
This kid Eichhoff, they say, has got a really good curveball. Looking forward to seeing that. I know the Brewer hitters aren't too much looking forward to it.
Yeah, they've seen some starters here in the last few days who can really lock you up.
Seen some good curveballs, yeah. I mean, started out in against the Twins here at Miller Park with Nolasco and Nola last night. Charlie Morton had a good one.
0-2 pitch. Galvis running, and there's a ground ball to Jeanette. And the inning is over. Lead-off walk, but Thornburg gets through it. The Brewers have work to do. Bottom of the 8th we go.
Well, it's our usual time to join you in the broadcast. Jump around time. I guess it's up to us to get you going a little bit, right? Brewers trail 7-4 to the Phillies here in the bottom of the 8th. We're getting set for Brewers Live postgame. One of the topics we hit during our pregame report tonight, quality starts. Once again, Don August, not a quality start for Chase Anderson here tonight, but yet here they are, the Brewers still in it, only down 3.
I think we're lucky for that. You know, we were talking about trying to get some quality starts. We talked about getting ahead of hitters, having command of your pitches, and all the stuff that we talked about. Didn't quite see it. You know, the first 4 innings, they got the leadoff man on base all 4 innings against Chase. So that's not the way we wanted to go to get that quality start.
Anytime you go deep in counts, you throw a lot of pitches, things are going to happen. You're not going to have enough pitches to go the quality start time. But today, Chase Anderson had a hard time locating that fastball again.
Well, Rock, Augie is adding up all the pitches in tonight's game, so he will have that in red, green, and blue ink for you for Brewers Live postgame.
Okay, how many pieces of paper does he have?
He's got more than 3 right now, I'll tell you that. They all have little hash marks on with 4 hash marks in 1 line, 4 hash marks, 1 line.
Yeah, a lot of pitches tonight.
Yep.
Yeah, good luck with that, right?
Chris Carter leading off, bottom of the 8th. And he sends one deep to left field, and there's number 5 for Chris Carter.
Yep, hanging breaking ball, and Carter able to wait back and knock it out of here. He makes contact. You knew it was gone. A slider right down the middle. A 1-0 pitch and knocks it out of here. Plenty for Carter. We were talking to Chris before the game yesterday. Said one of these days I'm going to pull one of these, and there he goes. A day later.
5th homer of the year, and Santana base hit.
Yeah, just watch it. No sense in going back if you're in that Philly outfield. Way back and left.
Chris Carter, a couple of more hits tonight. Now 5 homers. He's driven in 15. And Santana with a single to left. The Brewers are inflicting some damage here on the 5th pitcher of the night for Philadelphia. Dollier Hinojosa.
Yeah, gave up a couple of runs in his first appearance. He had a blown save, and since that time he's gone scoreless until tonight.
So Carter took him deep.
Native of Cuba.
Colin Walsh. He was walked. Fly to right and struck out. The Phillies took Hinojosa, selected him off waivers last July. He appeared in 1 game last season with the Red Sox. It was a team he originally signed with in 2013. Ended up appearing in 18 games last season for Philadelphia.
And that 3-0, having a tough time, and nobody getting loose in that Phillies bullpen. Got the 2 guys that appeared in last night's ball game were lights out, Gomez and Neris, and no sign of those 2 guys getting loose.
Real pitch to Walsh. And a 4-pitch walk, and just like that, the Brewers had the tying run at first and a go-ahead run coming to the plate. Take a look at the Powerball home run leaderboard. Chris Carter with number 5 tonight sits atop the Powerball leaderboard. Ryan Braun has gone deep tonight. He has 4. Jeanette with a couple, or rather 3, and Santana with a couple. The bullpen is starting to stir a little bit. In the meantime, another conference on the mound.
Left-hander getting up.
Elvis Araujo starting to get loose. As Pete Buchanan is seeing his bullpen now struggle. David Hernandez gave him 2 innings, did not give up a run. Bailey a couple of innings. Scoreless ball. Brewers here in the 8th are right back in it. A run in so far, 2 on, still nobody out.
Well, now you wonder if Presley's going to be up there to bunt. You know, maybe get that tying run at second base. And we'll see what Craig Counsell elects to do. Philly's thinking about it the way they're set up.
Franco creeping in. No sign of it from Presley as he takes one in the dirt.
Yeah, that's 5 in a row now.
Dollier Hinojosa. In those 18 games with the Phillies last year, 23 innings, he gave up just 2 earned runs. Chris Carter gets to him right away, and then a base hit from Santana, and Colin Walsh a walk.
Craig Counsell's letting his guys swing away in these spots. We saw it earlier in the season. I think it was last week where it looked like it might be a bunting situation. Let him swing away. Let's see what they can do in these spots. And why not?
A ball, a strike to Alex Presley. In the air to left field, low toward the line, and he will make the catch. Runner tags at second, and he is in. Santana to third.
That's good contact by Presley, and a heck of a play out there by Lowe. They had him shaded a little bit toward the line out there in left. He got a great jump on it as that baseball was tailing away from him, but good contact by Presley. Hit that one a long way. He was shallow, had to go back, but he was on the line and made it look easy.
Runners at the corners with 1 out. Santana at third, Colin Walsh over at first, and Aaron Hill now on to pinch hit. There's a drive deep left field. Lowe going back at the wall, and he makes the catch at the wall.
Thought it was gone. Yeah, I tell you, it sounded like he hit it out of here. Oh man, I think everybody thought that was a home run. Just didn't carry for Aaron Hill, but he does drive in a run. That's some good contact. Got it on the sweet spot. I think right there he thinks that he hit it out to give the Brewers a lead. Everybody in the ballpark thinking the same except for Lowe, who stands there, just waits for it up against the wall. Too bad. Wow.
But he drives in Santana with the sac fly. A 1-run game and a pitching change here at Miller Park. Tying run is at first. Go ahead, still at the plate. 2-run inning continuing for Milwaukee. A 3-run homer. It turns into a sac fly to score Santana. The 7-6 ball game at Miller Park. 2 outs, 1 on, and now Elvis Araujo is on for Philadelphia.
Yeah, Araujo got called up from AAA on April 14th. He's given up a home run. He's got that 3.00 earned run average in appearance number 5. So Pete Mackanin emptying out that bullpen. He's only got 2 left.
Neris and Gomez. Here's Jonathan VR. VR has homered this season, and it was from the right side. He has walked, struck out, line to short, and a fly ball to right. Elvis Araujo, 24 years old, from Venezuela. Originally signed with the Indians in 2007, but his big league debut was last year as a Philly. There's a ground ball to short. Galvis, the throw to Hernandez for the force, and that'll do it. But the Brewers get within 1, and they start the inning in a very loud way. Chris Carter, his 5th home run of the season. Brewers add another on top of it. We go to the 9th at 7-6 Philadelphia. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Spend the night with luxury. Game still on. Brewers with a couple of runs in the 8th to make it a 1-run game. 7-6 Phillies now as we move to the top of the 9th, and Jeremy Jeffress on for Milwaukee.
Yeah, Craig Counsell doesn't want the Phillies to get anything more on the board, so put up a scoreless inning, get a couple of runs, and send everybody home happy. How about that for a recipe?
That perfect. That
I like
works,
that plan.
Works for all of us.
Yeah. Well, once again, Jeremy Jeffress probably needs a little bit of work himself. I mean, it's been a while for Jeremy. Last pitched again on Tuesday and got his 5th save of the year.
He will face Carlos Ruiz to start the 9th. A hit in 4 trips. It hit an RBI single to right field back in the 3rd inning. Jeffress pours one in there for strike 1. There's a shot back up the middle. 2nd hit of the night for Ruiz, and hit number 11 for Philadelphia.
Turning around a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Still got a lot left in that tank, does Chooch Ruiz, and able to get a base hit to Get the Phillies going here in this inning.
Well, Phillies had 10 knocks last night. The 11 tonight's a season high. Here's Tyler Goodell. Singles to center and right in his first 2 trips. He has struck out twice since, once in the 5th and then in the 7th. He's squaring to bunt, and Jeffress the play over at first, the covering Scooter Gennett.
Took Scooter a while to get there. He was shaded up the middle. And Jeremy led him beautifully to first base. Got that one in on him a little bit, but deadens it nicely and is able to execute. See where Scooter starts. He's got a long way to go, and Jeremy just fires it. Scooter gets there.
Well, you're right. He did have to bust it over there, and they get the job done. 1 out. Ruiz at second for David Lowe. Struck out in the 5th inning, was hit by a pitch in what is now a wrapped right forearm.
That thing swelled up quickly.
It did.
I mean, it got him solid. It hit the bone in the forearm and just dropped. Not a glancing blow. .95 on the fastball from Jeffress.
Trying to keep his team within a run. Two balls, 1 strike. David Lowe, the left fielder, hauled in that deep fly from Aaron Hill. Everybody in the house thought it could leave the yard, but turned into a sacrifice fly. There's a bouncing ball to Gennett. 2 men out as Ruiz will move to third. Jeremy Jeffress getting his first work since Tuesday afternoon at Target Field.
And it's been impressive in the early going here. I mean, the fastball, everybody wants to talk about the velocity, but the big difference maker for him has been his ability to throw that curveball for strikes and get some strikeouts with it. Get him to chase with 2 strikes.
Here's Cesar Hernandez. And this is down the line and left, a foul ball. Three-run 5th. A lot of the hits looked like that for Philadelphia. A couple of bloops. A little squibbler down the line. It was off of Chase Anderson. Franco also hit a 3-run homer in this game for the Phillies. Braun and Carter have gone deep for the Crew. Fastball missing. A grinder of a game, but the Brewers very much alive here. 2, 3, and 4 hitters will be up for the home team in the bottom half of this inning.
But you got to keep the Phillies off the board here. Job 1 for Jeremy Jeffress.
Hernandez 0 for 2. He has walked a couple of times. In the air to left, back goes Braun, turned him around, and it will sail over his head. Ruiz will score, and a huge RBI double for Cesar Hernandez. It makes it an 8-6 game.
Yeah, I'll say that is a big base hit. 2 out, run scoring double on a fastball and a 2-1 count. You know, Jeremy missing on the inside corner a couple of times, and Yeah, Hernandez able to center on one, his first hit. A big RBI.
And a tough out coming up again in Odubel Herrera. Brewers finally got him in the 7th inning. 2 hits, 2 walks for the center fielder. Eight runs on 12 hits for the Phillies, 6 runs on 10 hits, and an error for the Brewers. Jeremy Jeffress gets touched up for the first time. 1-0 pitch.
Yeah, Brewers didn't figure that Hernandez was going to hit the ball that far to the opposite field. Brony was in there a little bit shallow. Drilled it right over his head. Surprised everybody with that power.
Ball is strike to Herrera. That's it in the air, center field. Presley going back. He is at the wall, and that's out of here. Odubel Herrera to left center field.
Yep.
A 2-run shot.
Yep, on a curveball. Oh, he's hitting everything. And finally, he got a pitch that he liked. Here's the curveball. Didn't do much. Kind of flat curveball, and he knocks it out of here. Out there in the center field. That was he crushed that baseball. Another bat flip for Herrera. He likes to flip that bat, doesn't he?
He does. So after pulling within a run in the 8th, the Phillies put 3 on the board in the 9th. First runs allowed by Jeremy Jeffress this season.
Yeah, 3 different 3-run innings for Philadelphia.
In the 3rd, in the 4th, and now in the 9th. Oh, 0-2 to the shortstop, Freddie Galvis. Back up the middle, VR. And the inning is over. But a big inning for the Phillies, and the Brewers need 4 to tie in the bottom of the 9th. Bottom of the ninth we go. This guy's got a lot of energy left. Ready to see the home team try to mount another rally here. Pulled it within 1 in the 8th. A 3-run ninth off Jeremy Jefferson. Now Pete Mackanin will turn it over to his closer in a non-save situation, Jenmar Gomez.
Still early for young people around here, you know.
It is. The night's just, it ain't even started, right?
They go out this time of night.
That they do.
Getting ready to tuck in. Not together.
Yes, correct.
Gomez, ninth appearance on the season. We saw him last night. Good split-fingered fastball. And he's got a 3-run cushion, 4-run cushion now to deal with.
Huge top of the ninth for Philadelphia. It's Jeanette Braun and Lucroy in the ninth. Scooter a single and a double in 4 trips. Jeanette's bumped his average up to 263. And he sends one to center field. Herrera, big homer in the top of this inning, and he'll put this away for out number 1. Gomez, last 3 years was with the Pirates. Signed as a free agent with the Phillies in the middle of January. Here's Ryan Braun. It is 4th homer of the year here tonight. That was in the 3rd inning, a 2-run shot. All 4 of his homers have been with the man on.
That's a good split-fingered fastball that Gomez has. We saw that. We saw Neris with a good one last night. You don't see too many of those pitches anymore these days. They pretty tough on the elbow, tough on the arm. Guys come up with injuries, and because of that, it's more the changeups now than the splitter. But it's still a very effective pitch if you can throw it.
We were talking about that with Jim Gantner down the batting cage this afternoon.
Yeah.
Just, don't see it as often, as much. Ryan Braun, 3 hits tonight. A homer and 2 singles. Phillies trying to even their record. Come in with an 8-9 mark.
And a team that was having a very difficult time scoring runs, but you couldn't convince the Brewers of that.
10 on the board here tonight.
Came into town with only 47 runs scored. Actually, it was less than that. 47 coming into tonight's game. Fewest in the National League. They put up a 10 spot tonight.
Season high in hits as well as runs. They have 13 hits. Gomez facing a man who is 11 for his last 20 in Ryan Braun. 3 for 4 tonight, and had a hit taken away on a really sweet play by the third baseman Maikel Franco. Quick range to his left, and then had to, from his seat, showing off that arm and throwing Braun out.
Literally sitting on the ground, and made a nice throw to first base.
2 balls, 2 strikes. That is strike 3 called.
Man, Brawny didn't think so. You can see it just a touch off the outside corner, maybe a little bit too close to take, but we've seen a number of those pitches being called balls tonight.
The Brewers down to their last out. Jonathan Lucroy, RBI single in the first, singled in the third as well. Good play by Franco, took a hit away from him in the fifth, and then he struck out in the seventh. Janmar Gomez going to finish this one off. Sixth man out of the bullpen for the Phillies. Only Hector Neris has not been used. Charlie Morton went just one inning. Tonight's starter had to leave the game because of a strained hamstring. Ball, a strike to Lucroy. Brewers made it interesting in the eighth inning. Chris Carter homer. A couple men on. Aaron Hill lifted one deep to left. David Lowe right in front of the wall was able to make the catch. Looked good off the bat. Sounded real good off the bat.
It did. And that guy Herrera, who's been a real thorn in the side of the Brewers tonight, have only been able to get him out once.
Big two-run homer in the ninth inning.
Kind of likes that leadoff spot, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he might stay there a while. Just a guess. Two and one count to Lucroy. There's a ground ball to Galvis. And the Phillies have taken the first two games of this series. Pete Buchanan's team now is a .500 ball club. Another big night for Odubel Herrera. As the Brewers battled, but a big ninth helps break it open as the Phillies, in the strength of Herrera and Maikel Franco, take the first two of the series. Wrap up tomorrow afternoon here at Miller Park. 10-6, the Phillies over the Crew. Let's send it down to Craig Kashan along with Don August and Jerry Augustine for Brewers Live postgame.
Okay, Matt, thanks very much. We're going to hear from Craig Counsell when we come up to Brewers Live postgame in just a moment. Here the Phillies top the Brewers. Another short start for a Milwaukee starting pitcher. We'll go over that and show you some numbers and the concern that the team may start to have now. That's all next, right here on Fox Sports Wisconsin.